morning. Namaskar, good morning. This is, what I am. Every day I meet you, dear friends. 4th of April 2020. Another day of world, another day of this calendar. Of course, not very happy day. If you keep in abreast Corona and its aftermaths, its running maths, and its past maths. Well, no one knows what is happening and no one knows what's going to happen. क्या होगा कोई नहीं जानता. 1 million हो चुका, 1 million is over, maybe another million on run, and nobody knows how many millions shall we reach. Affected cases, and all countries are suffering. Humanity is suffering. You can say इंसानियत परेशान. Everybody was running behind material. हर कोई नोट के पीछे भाग रहा था. हर कोई. 8 billion people, almost all were running behind money. और जब मनी के पीछे भागते हैं, when you run behind money, then money doesn't help you, never helps you. If you are so greedy, if you are avarice of money, अगर आप जितना लालच करेंगे वो नहीं मिलेगा. एक वक्त ऐसा आ गया 2020 में, everybody was behind money, all countries, all people. Nobody was behind honesty, nobody was behind sincerity, and nobody was behind purity. ना पवित्रता थी, ना ईमानदारी थी, और ना आप कह सकते हैं दुनिया की इज्जत थी, ज़मीन की इज्जत थी. हर कोई लूटने को तैयार था. कोई पेट्रोल के रूप में लूटता है, कोई सोना चांदी के रूप में लूट रहा था. निकाले जाओ, खाए जाओ. आफ्टर ऑल जिसने बनाई है वो तो देख रहा था. अंधा तो वो नहीं है, हमसे तो ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग है. कब तक सहेगा वो ये बदतमीजी को. एक्चुअली कहें तो दुनिया बदतमीज हो चुकी है. सच तो यही. किसी को किसी की चिंता नहीं रही. मरते हैं तो मर जाएं, हमें चाहिए. आखिरी दम मरने का है लेकिन उन्हें चाहिए. दिस इज़ व्हाट वी एक्चुअली आर. एंड एवरीथिंग इज रिकॉर्डेड इन गॉड्स कंप्यूटर. डोंट फॉरगेट दैट. रिकॉर्ड हुआ, हो रहा है. और मैं तो ये समझूंगा, मजाक में नहीं ले रहा, मैं सीरियसली ले रहा हूँ. देयर इज़ नथिंग इन कंट्रोल ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग, नथिंग एट ऑल. आदमी की शक्ति में कुछ भी तो नहीं है. उछलना आता है बस. थोड़ी सी साइंस आ गई, थोड़ा कुछ सीख लिया, और धर्म वालों ने पागल बना के रखा ही है. धर्म की तो बात ही छोड़ो. एक भी नहीं समझता कोई धर्म क्या, और सारे धर्म गुरु बने और उनके पीछे पागल लोग चले हैं. कुछ तो वो पागल हैं बड़े बड़े गुरु, और हम लोग उनसे बड़े पागल हैं, उनके पीछे चल रहे हैं. सही कर रहा है भगवान, जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ. God is doing right because there are millions of robbers in this world. Political leaders, this corona is teaching them very good lesson all over the world. No one is ready and you must be beaten like this. Just think, poor people, millions of poor people walked on road. Did you know how many died of corona? They were just in groups, crowded groups. They were walking on roads. Yes, many of them have died, but not because of corona, because of hunger, starvation, and still they don't have food. Crores of people don't have food. Still they are living, but how long can they live? That is a question mark. This means poor person who works hard has more immunity than these AC oriented people, these fictitious people who call themselves leaders and others. This is examination time of humanity. They have destroyed forests, we have destroyed nature, and animals were coming to cities, and now there are all roads without people. I saw photographs where animals are standing on road. They are surprised Where is that animal called social animal has gone, disappeared? They were thinking, these wild animals, they may be thinking, where is that social animal? Means there is a social animal versus wild animal. We are all social animal. In fact, we are wild animals because we destroyed jungles, we destroyed forests, we destroyed nature. They did not destroy. So we are animal or they are animal. Intelligent person can think who is animal. We are just worried of corona. That's okay. It's a disease. It's in pandemics. But we have to introspect ourselves. All world means if we have material, we are happy. If you don't have material, we are not happy. It's happening. Nobody is searching in itself what they did, but they are worried of life. Oh, it may kill us. Till now, only I think 55,000 to 60,000 being killed out of 8 billion people. Percentage you take, it's very small percentage. It's in fact ignorable. But panic is at peak, and many stupid solutions are coming in from political leaders all over the world. Many are intelligent, they are difficult solutions, managerial resolutions, but there are some which are busy in just fictitious management, hawks management. You know what I mean. भागते रहिए पैसे की दौड़ में, कहाँ तक भागोगे? आपको पैसा चाहिए, आपको मटेरियल चाहिए, आपको सब कुछ लूटना है, पर आपको औरों की चिंता नहीं, अपनी चिंता है, मेरा होना चाहिए. लेकिन भगवान को सबकी चिंता है, ये मत भूलना. God is for everyone, not only human but also for other creatures. So God just does justice with everybody. How many millions and crores of animals we have slaughtered? Do we have any record? We did not have any record. We killed them and ate them. And when a few thousand of our public has been killed or harmed, we are in panic. This means, what about these animals? Did you ever think of that? Crores of birds, crores of chickens, crores of other animals, fishes we have eaten. All humanity. We are not worried about that. We enjoy that. And when someone has come, some unknown, वो हमें मार रहा है, हमें खा रहा है, तो रोना धोना शुरू, रोना धोना शुरू. यही पता लगता है हम हैं क्या चीज़. कुछ नहीं है हम, कुछ नहीं है. लालची, स्वार्थी, अपने लिए जीने वाले सामाजिक जानवर सारी दुनिया में. डर रहा है यूरोप, पता नहीं कैसे जिएंगे. 10 लगे हुए यूरोप वालों को, अरे हमसे संभल नहीं रहा, क्या होगा. मैं टॉन्ट नहीं कस रहा. ये वही यूरोप जो अपने आप को दादा समझता था, ये वो अमेरिका जो अपने को दादा समझता था, वही इंग्लैंड अपने को दादा समझने वाला. हम दुनिया के मालिक हैं, हमसे डर के रहना. सेम पीपल नाउ आर थिंकिंग हेल्प अस. सेम पीपल help us. Who shall help you? You did crimes against humanity. Who shall help you? Did you think that time what you do? God just delivers justice based on equity and evidences. And those evidences God doesn't need from humanity to provide. God has got the evidences. It's not a challenge statement, it's a factual statement I am making, that human is very weak. Human is very weak. Human never does work, and humans, elected politicians, never do work all over the world. It is very clear. All politicians in every country have proved inefficient at this moment. They never cared for science. They never cared for others. They cared only for those positions in which they enjoy. And still they are enjoying. They are not well suited for this public. and public is being fooled, was being fooled, and shall be made fool if we do not protect ourselves from these unknown attackers who attack our economy, who attack this earth, and we make laws for us. Well, we have to do this. Well, अच्छा लगता है, कई बार गुस्सा भी आता है. अच्छा इसलिए लगता है कि न्याय हो रहा है भगवान की तरफ से. कर तो भगवान ही रहा है, चाहे हम किसी को ब्लेम देते रहें. We can blame anybody, it's up to our ends, but we cannot avoid facts. It's very easy to blame others. He did this or he did this or he did this. We can pass blames to others too easily, but we never blame ourselves. We have to blame ourselves. You see a difference in atmosphere, environment in last 3-4 weeks. It's a don't blame a single country. It's all everybody's responsibility that we spoil this planet, we spoil air, we spoil waters, and in fact on top of that we spoil our minds. Our minds. Money, material, economy, this and that. All behind money, all. You may be scientists, you may be engineers, you may be doctors, you may be commercial person, you may be a businessman, you may be the king, you may be political leader. All behind money. In fact, you want to develop economically, you don't want to develop spiritually or for God, and you want return for everything. How far can you get that return? We have to consider this now. 2020 is a silver lining, is a change of field, change of scope, where we have to decide. Corruption existed everywhere, crimes existed everywhere, political loot existed everywhere, public loot existed everywhere, wars existed everywhere. Where was positive effect? We do not know. America wanted to snatch properties of others. Same thing Russia did long. China wanted to make itself biggest power of the world. Nobody thought of people. Nobody thought of people. Common people of citizens, common people of this world, nobody thought of that. When it happens, then some power comes from sky, from heavens, and of course take charge. That power, in fact, I'm just not joking, I'm just imagining that power in this state has come. You may call it disease or something, but after all this is reaction to some action, and this is what reaction is. Impact on humanity, मानवता के ऊपर कह सकते हैं अटैक, मानवता के ऊपर हथौड़ा पड़ना भी चाहिए था. बहुत ऐश हो गई, बहुत आराम किया लोगों ने, अय्याशी में थे. देखिए, people every day used to find before this person is traveling to that country, this leader is traveling to that country, there is a this meeting, there is a that meeting, there is a G20, there is a G7, there is this and that every day. Using, traveling and traveling and traveling. People are running from this country to that country, this city to this city, this city, all without any constructive results. What is happening now? Nobody is traveling. Those flights in which people used to sit with pride, I am world traveler. हम हर साल जाते हैं विश्व घूमने. अब क्या हो गया आपको? जाइए, फ्लाइट आपका इंतजार कर रही है. जाइए, अब जाइए ना. अब नहीं जाएंगे. देश में एक दूसरे के कौन लाया ये बीमारी सबको पता है. इन अमीरों ने गरीबों की गर्दनें काटी, इन अमीरों ने गर्दन गरीबों की काटी, उनका खून चूसा. उनके पसीने की कीमत नहीं थी. उन गरीबों के बल पे ये अमीर हो गए, और अमीर होने के बाद घमंड आ गया, हम विश्व में पहले अमीर हैं, हम विश्व में दूसरे अमीर हैं। ये घमंड किस लिए? बस यही प्रॉब्लम है हमारे देश में और दूसरे देशों में। हर आदमी दौड़ में है, शांति नहीं थी न है, और शांति का आने का मतलब वास्तविकता में विकास होता है। until your conscience, until your mind, until you can say soul is not in peace, you cannot develop. I am not preaching any lesson. I am just trying to talk to you, expressing my understanding of this world. Everybody knows one day that person has to leave this world. Despite knowing that, that person does everything. Interestingly, family interestingly, self-interestingly. For what? You are at death point, even then you want greed, you want money for your survivors. That thought must go. You came to this earth to help earth, not to break earth. But we have broken. So when you do something like that, always there is a result that you have to face such kinds of problems. There is no way that you can avoid those actions. You have to face those actions. And those actions we are facing, in fact, this is a warning from God that take care of this earth or I am there to kill you. Yada yada hi dharmasya galanirvavati bharate. Do you know this? Yada yada hi dharmasya galanirvavati bharate. अभेत्थानाम अधर्मस्या तथात्मनम सृजामि अहम प्रारित्रणाय साधूनाम विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. Who sang this song? This our gods use this song for people to tell them that when people are out of control, when people are sinners, when people don't understand me, people take abuse of this earth, they kill each other, and I'll be there to set right when that level of sin purge out of picture, and that person myself come in whatever form, I will never tell. I will not disclose that form to you, but I'll be there in whatever form. You even do not understand, you cannot understand, you shall not understand. Possibly, this paragraph is working because sins have crossed limit, rapes have crossed limit, political leaderships have become septic, they don't think to help people, every country wants to war with other country. So it's complete, you can say, peak of such crimes against humanity, all crime against humanity. There are sinners, there are cheaters, there are looters and robbers everywhere. Everywhere, no political leaders honest in this world. I am not blaming one country, I am blaming all countries in general. All are public against, they do not think of public, so what shall they think of other creatures? ना वो पब्लिक का सोचते हैं, ना दूसरों का सोचते हैं, अपनी सोचते हैं. नशा सीट का इतना, उसके लिए कुछ भी कर देगा ये राजनीति करने वाले लोग दुनिया के. इतना नशा होता है, वो भूल जाते हैं भगवान को, उस टाइम याद नहीं रखते उसको. They forget what is God, what is God's power. That they forget. And these religious gurus, God save from them. All religious gurus, all cheats. They are not genuine. No particular religion. Religion has become a disease. Religion has become mislead everywhere. So what? So there is a requirement of Krishna, Ram or God to come and set everybody right. And they are doing their job. They are not telling us. So far very little has happened. Very little. Around 1 million people have been discovered to be affected, but that is not true picture. Fact also remains that no country is disclosing exact figures. All countries are hiding what's happening, and our country, Bharat, is still sleeping. Still sleeping we are. We are not testing people. Unfortunately, so weak we are. We don't have any arrangement to test all people just like many other countries did. Even Iran, so low profile country, tested everybody. But we won't test. It's against our honor to test all. Okay, don't test all. At least go to congested areas, densely populated areas and test these. That too is not done. And we say we are safe. Artificial safety, imaginary safety, and dialogues are there. Unfortunately, we don't believe in science, we believe in games, just like our leaders are doing, just misleading public in this time. In this hour of urgency, we are doing something like kids, like fairy tales, as if we are very small people, infants. We need some sleep, and for that sleep, our grandparents just narrate us some stories, and we are believing in that. This is really helpless nation we are. We are playing politics every day. We are playing religious games every day, and we are playing dramas every day. And we are accepting that as 1 billion people or more than that. Really, it is shameful for us. We don't believe in logic, we don't believe in science, we believe in all nonsense. Had we done all that logical work before, we would not have experienced this saying. Had America taken care of that, it would have been subject to that level they are now. All countries have exposed themselves. All countries. All have exposed what level they are. They are all hawks, developed countries. Hawks developed, nothing else. We should not call them actually developed and leading nations. They are all like others, like we ourselves and others. Just like we are at lowest profile, they too are here. Means if something affects them, they are ready for that. If something doesn't affect them, they think they are power of this world. Doctors are not valued. Their PPEs are not given. Many doctors have died. Number one, they say 60 died in Italy or something, but who knows how many died. Nobody will tell you factual figures. And this is nature of all politicians, not to disclose facts. And I am happy, one way, though common people are also being attacked, but particularly if these high profile politicians are affected, are impacted, that is a lesson for everybody. That God's justice does not leave anybody, whoever you are. Whoever you are. It's a lesson, big lesson. So we should change our dealings, our character, our positions everywhere. Life is very short. Nobody knows what happens next moment, but still we think for 100 years. There's a saying that you do not know what happens next time, and you are storing material for 100 years. That is also a fact of life. So you must think now. One more thing is that these politicians in our country are good for nothing. I am talking of our country, India, Bharat. Our politicians in all ranks are good for nothing. They may be in power or they may not be in power. They are completely rubbish, useless political leaders. All. They do not think for people. They do not worry for them. It is really very outstanding challenge to them that they are not working what they should have worked. They failed everywhere. Poor has got no value in the eyes of these politicians. They think poor do not exist. They think that poor people do not exist. They are just commodities. use and throw them. This is what political thinking is. They worry about riches only, about industrials, about factory owners, about those who can donate into their funds. They worry about them. Person like me, person like worker, physical worker, got no value in eyes of these politicians. They don't even care if they die. This is fact of life, fact in this country. I am not talking about other countries in this way, in this situation of helping poor. Because we are criminals here. Our leaders are criminals. Our authorities are also criminals. And to some extent our police is criminal. We are ready to spray on them pesticides, but we are not ready to help them. That is big problem. We should not forget. We have crowds of poor in their homes, after walking on roads for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers. We had no worry for them. No worry. Our leaders slept. They just ignored. And I often leaders, all leaders, they all are criminals as far as these poor are concerned. All leaders are criminals. Some leader says, I am giving food to 70 lakhs people in Delhi. Very good. You are a very good leader. But tell me, which people are they whom you are feeding daily? All have left. Whom you are giving this food, gentlemen? I am calling you gentlemen because this is a public statement. Otherwise you are a cruel person. People have already gone. To whom you are giving? Why are you lying in public? This means you are doing something behind scene. If you are saying 70 lakh people are being fed, let us assume 20 rupees per day for one person. You are feeding. This means what? 70 lakhs and 20, you know how much it is? You think yourself how much it is and for how many days you have done it. So something is going on behind scene. You know nobody will audit this because this emergency. So do not show your tongue and face to us, dear leader. We know leadership means statements of lies, statements of fake mind, statements just to make people idiot. This is what leadership means. Today's leadership is that just fake statements, dramas, and thinking that people got no mind. All leadership in our country is that stupidity of height of stupidity of leadership. They can think people are fools. Yes, you have every right. You have every right to think that people are fool because you are in that seat because of those fools. Really sorry to say that all leaders of the world are exposed, have been exposed. Israel, Palestine. Israel is acting as if it will kill Philistines. What nonsense. You may be good in science, you may be intelligent, Israel, but you are not honor of Philistine. You may be honor of some land, but you are not honor of humans. Every day killing and killing and killing and killing. Demolishing their houses, beating them, grabbing their land and telling them, I will help you in this pandemic of corona if you listen to me. If you do like this, if you exchange some persons, is this political treatment? You want to kill people, you want to kill kids, you want to put them in jail and do not help them, do not give them rights as human beings. Are you really country? You are not a country, you are a terrorist country. You are tormentors of humanity. and you don't want to give them medicines. You are not at all humans, I can simply say. If people have to go to UNO from America to request UNO, please, or even their president they are requesting, please help Palestine in this juncture, at this juncture of cruelty by nature, and you are negotiating on that. What should I say? Really, very extraordinary state. That's why I say these political leaders must be taught a lesson by this corona. They deserve it. They do not have anything for human being. They are in fact not human being. You cannot think for food of poor. They are saying we are feeding everybody. Whom you are feeding? I did not see that. Some NGOs are working and you saying Modi is working. Why are you lying? Somebody says Modi is working, and when I saw this Red Cross is working, Modi said that. Is Red Cross working for Modi? No. And also all other countries doing same, but with different honesty level. They are blank in saying we are this. What I say, some power has come, and that power has to teach lessons to all those who are either criminals or politicians. For me, politicians and criminals have no difference. Because in our country and also in other countries, without having a specific negativism, without having any corruption, you cannot become politicians. And it is very much applicable in our country that without money, without crime, you cannot be politicians. We have 233 criminals in Lok Sabha, current Lok Sabha, and they have come to Lok Sabha. How? It's unknown, and that's the reason that this corona is working all around. Now I am talking differently. Corona may be a disease something, but people learn a lesson. They must be taught a lesson. पाठ पढ़ाया जाना चाहिए सब नेताओं के दुनिया को कि इन्होंने बहुत बदमाशी की है। सब नेताओं ने, ऐसा कोई नेता है ही नहीं दुनिया में जो ईमानदारी से शराफत से आया हो। सब हेरा फेरी करके, स्कैंडल करके, घपले करके सीट पे आते हैं हर देश में। हमारे यहाँ तो बहुत ज़्यादा है बिकाऊ लोग, बिकाऊ नेता, खरीदे हुए नेता, पब्लिक से झूठ बोलने वाले नेता, धोखेबाज सारे के सारे। पब्लिक को कुछ समझते नहीं और पब्लिक भी उन्हें वोट देती रहती है। इसीलिए शायद कोरोना आया है। कोरोना अपना वोट देने आया है। अब मजाक नहीं लेंगे, अब सीरियस लेंगे। आने दो कोरोना को, क्या बिगाड़ेगा जिसके पास कुछ है नहीं उसका, ये उसका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता। ये बिगाड़ेगा उनका जिनके पेट फूले हुए पैसों से, हराम की खाने की आदत है जिनको, जो पब्लिक को बेवकूफ़ बनाते हैं, बातों को खाते हैं, करते कुछ नहीं, बोलते ज़्यादा। उनके लिए कोरोना है, मेरे लिए नहीं है। मैं क्यों डरूं उससे? मैं नहीं डरता, मुझे पता है मेरा कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ेगा। ये बिगाड़े या ना बिगाड़े बात की बात है, एक विश्वास होना चाहिए। वही डरेगा इससे जो गलत है। और वो टेलीग्राम दे रहा है, मैसेज दे रहा है, चार्ल्स सुधर जाओ, अमेरिका सुधर जाओ, जॉनसन सुधर जाओ, यूएनओ सुधर जाओ, यूरोपियन यूनियन सुधर जाओ, भारत के बदमाशों सुधर जाओ, चीन वालों सुधर जाओ। सबको तो कह रहा है वो, कैसे कहेगा? आपके कान बहरे हैं तो मैं क्या करूं? आप समझ नहीं सकते, सुन नहीं सकते तो मैं क्या करूं? अपना काम कर रहा है वो ढूंढ रहा है कौन खराब है, वो ढूंढ रही है आत्मा कौन खराब है। टोटका बता रहे हैं हमारे देश के लोग, 9 बजे खड़े हो जाओ, कैंडल जलाओ। कोई साहब तो कैलोरीज कैलकुलेट करके बता रहे हैं, इतनी कैलोरी एक कैंडल देती है, 130 करोड़ कैलोरी इतनी हो जाएंगी, देखिए भाग जाएगा कोरोना। क्या बात है भाई, वाह! साइंटिस्ट पैदा हो गए एक ही दिन में, एक ही दिन में वैज्ञानिक पैदा हो गए हमारे देश में। एक कैंडल इतने कैलोरी देती है, 130 करोड़ कैंडल इतने कैलोरी देंगी, 130 मोबाइल 130 करोड़ मोबाइल इतनी शक्ति देंगे, आहा, और इतने दिए क्या क्या दे देंगे। अरे अगर इतनी सी बात थी तो पहले ही कर देना था, कोरोना आता ही नहीं दुनिया में। आप कैसे साइंटिस्ट ने, अक्ल नहीं है आप में, खा गए खाना, पहले से कर देते। इतनी अच्छी बात थी तो आपको कितने नोबेल प्राइज मिल जाते। अब दुनिया के पहले वैज्ञानिक बिना डिग्री के, जरूरत नहीं है डिग्री, तो ऊपर से पास करके आए हैं। जिस देश में इस तरह का विचार हो उस देश का बंटाधार होना तय है। जिस देश की सोच ही ना हो, पागलपन छाया हो जिस देश में, उस देश का बेड़ा होना तय है। जहां कुछ सोचना चाहिए वो नहीं सोचेंगे, जो फालतू की बातों में समय खराब करना है। कंप्लीट नॉनसेंस वी आर, स्टूपिड वी आर। We do not think for people's welfare. We don't think for how to chart out to solve this problem. We don't think about scientific reasons. We don't think how to work together. We are just disseminating complete nonsense, and we are all hollow vessels. We are being treated by other countries as we are a country of stupids and fools. Public is full, leaders are full, and all are full. We cannot provide masks. We cannot provide gears for protection for doctors. We can talk like this. We can provide food to people. We can talk like this. और क्या होगा जहाँ डॉक्टर को सेफ नहीं कर सकते, और यहाँ नहीं, सब जगह ऐसा हो रहा है। इसका मतलब क्या है? इसका मतलब विज्ञान की वैल्यू नहीं दी गई, प्रोटेक्शन नहीं ली गई पहले से। इतना भी नहीं था कि एक सोते रहे, नवंबर पता लगा सोते रहे, दिसंबर पता लगा सोते रहे, had been sleeping since November 2019, did not take care, and we thought we laughed on someone, see what's happening there. Those people have done this. They did not think this disease can come to you. They never thought of that because you had to suffer. God did not give you that energy to think that this can be harmful to you also. They never thought of that, and they have to bear results of that. And they are bearing. Actually, political leaders' mistake, richest mistake, sufferers are poor. Sufferers are poor. मरता कौन है? गरीब मरता है। अमीर का क्या है? अभी भी घुसे हुए कमरे के अंदर ऐश कर रहे होंगे, खा रहे होंगे, पी रहे होंगे, एसी में आराम से बैठे होंगे। पब्लिक को मरने दो, गरीब को मरने दो। हमने तो 3-3 महीने का खाने का सामान भर के रखा है, आराम से खाते रहेंगे। पैसा है आपके पास, कुछ भी खरीद लोगे। भगवान नहीं खरीद सकते आप। पैसे से खाना खरीद सकते हो, दूध खरीद सकते हो, चाय की पत्ती खरीद सकते हो, लेकिन भगवान को नहीं खरीद सकते। दिमाग के बुद्धुओं, पैसे वालों और देश के नेताओं। घंटी बजवा सकते हैं आप, मोबाइल लगवा सकते हैं आप, और दीवे मोमबत्ती जलवा सकते हैं आप, लेकिन भगवान को नहीं सोच सकते, विज्ञान को नहीं सोच सकते। गरीब को सजा देते हैं आप। 30 करोड़ गरीब मेहनत कश आज परेशान, घर के अंदर बंद, या जहाँ भी रह रहा है वहाँ बंद। पता नहीं कितने देर का खाना है या नहीं उसके पास, कोई पूछने वाला नहीं है। खाली बकवास करेंगे, सब कुछ ठीक है, सब कुछ ठीक है। बड़ा आसान है कहना। जो ये कह रहा है सब कुछ ठीक है, क्या जाकर देखा उसने उनके घर? क्या उसने लोगों से बात की थी ऑर्डर देने से पहले? क्या मैं करने जा रही हैं? आप मोमबत्ती जलाने के लिए 2 दिन पहले बता रहे हैं। आपने 5 तारीख को रात को करना है। आप 3 तारीख की रात दिन में बता रहे हैं। आप 3 तारीख आपने दे दी 9 बजे के बाद, 4 तारीख आपने दे दी, 5 तारीख का पूरा दिन दे दिया। इतने सी बात बताने के लिए कि आपको ये करना है, आप इतनी देर पहले बता रहे हैं। और देश को बंद करने के लिए आपने 3 घंटे दिए, वो भी रात में जब सब बंद होता है, दुकानें बंद होती हैं। तो ये कसूर नहीं है आपका। सरकार वालों, लोगों को घरों में बंद रहने के लिए आपने 3 घंटे का समय दिया, और वो भी रात का जब दुकानें बंद हो जाती हैं। और पैसे हैं या नहीं है लोगों के पास, आपने पूछा किसी से? आपने सोचा किसी के बारे में? नहीं सोचा, क्योंकि आप सोचने का काम नहीं करते। आप खाली काम वो करते जिसमें सोचने की आवश्यकता नहीं हो, मतलब दिमाग वाला काम आप नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन इस काम में जिसमें कुछ था नहीं, आपने 3 दिन पहले बता दिया। कि ऐसा हम करेंगे। मतलब आपका प्लान होता है हर काम में, पब्लिक की सेवा नहीं होती। खैर, आप कुछ भी कराइए, आप पावर में हैं, पब्लिक है नहीं है आपके साथ, वो पब्लिक जाने। हम तो अपना एनालिसिस करके बोल रहे हैं, हमें ये अच्छा नहीं लगा। आप थोड़ा बताते हैं उन गरीबों के लिए आपने क्या किया, बाकी पब्लिक के लिए आपने क्या किया, आप क्या चाहते हैं आगे, डॉक्टरों को कैसे सपोर्ट देंगे, पब्लिक को कैसे सपोर्ट देंगे। आज भी प्राइवेट वाले चार्ज कर रहे हैं टेस्ट के लिए। आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए सरकार वालों, आपको बिल्कुल शर्म नहीं आती। गरीब आदमी क्या दे सकता है 4,500 रुपये? बड़े घमंड से आपने कह दिया 4,500 रुपये की किट लगेगी और आने जाने का खर्चा अलग। कौन देगा उसको? जिसके पास काम नहीं, पैसा नहीं, वो कहाँ से देगा? आप कहेंगे सरकारी अस्पतालों में चले जाना, अरे अस्पताल है कहाँ? ये प्रश्न क्यों नहीं उठेंगे? अब आप कह सकते हैं मैं सरकार के खिलाफ बात कर रहा हूँ, बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहा मैं सरकार के, मैं सरकार को मानता ही नहीं। इसको जो सरकार पब्लिक के लिए नहीं, वो सरकार नहीं हो सकती। सरकार चाहे किसी पार्टी के, उससे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता। तुम पब्लिक के बारे में सोच नहीं रहे तो काहे की सरकार? किसके पैसे आपने दिए बताइए? खाना आज है, पैसा नहीं। बाजार में सब रेट बढ़ चुके, आपको चिंता नहीं। क्या आप इसको इटली जैसे, इटली में लूटा गया आप चाहते हैं, सिसिली में लूटा गया आप चाहते हैं, दूसरे देशों में जो हो रहा है आप वो चाहते हैं? ये पॉलिटिकल बात नहीं मैं कर रहा। आप गद्दी पे बैठे हैं, सरकारी गद्दी पे, देश की गद्दी पे। ये आपका कर्तव्य नहीं, आपको करना था। बात कर्तव्य की है नहीं। आपने तो कुछ नहीं किया, बस आपको एक शौक होता है हर हफ्ते 3-4 दिन में एक बार टीवी पे आके कुछ भी बोल के चले जाओ। शायद ये आपको बीमारी है। ऐसे लोगों को कहते हैं मनोरोगी। आपको कोई भी काम आपने आज तक कंक्रीट नहीं दिया, कोई भी पक्का काम नहीं कहा कि आप गारंटी से पब्लिक कह सके भाई वाह क्या नेता है। ऐसा काम अभी तक आपने नहीं किया। टाइम इतना है, लोग मर रहे हैं, दुनिया परेशान है, आपको कानून चेंज करने के लिए कश्मीर की, वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है आपकी नज़रों में? क्या हो जाएगा उससे? आज ही चेंज करना था आपको। इतनी आफत आ गई थी उसमें, क्योंकि आप पर्दे के पीछे बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं जो आपको नहीं करना चाहिए। अगर देश की पब्लिक जिंदा रहेगी तभी तो ये कानूनों का यूज़ होगा। लोग ही मर जाएंगे तो क्या करेंगे आप? शायद आप चाहते हैं लोग मर जाए, ये भी हो सकता है। आप चाहते हैं वही लोग रहें जो आपके साथ हैं या दूसरे मर जाएं, लेकिन ऐसा होने वाला नहीं। याद रख लेना, भगवान के यहाँ कभी भी गलत न्याय नहीं होता है। ठीक है, थोड़ा टाइम लगता है, वो हमारी जुडिशरी तो डिले नहीं करता है, लेकिन थोड़ा डिले हो सकता है। आप पता नहीं क्या चाहते हैं, आप भी नहीं जानते। सच तो ये है, सच तो यही है। बस आप चाहते हैं कुछ ना कुछ आपका फेस आना चाहिए, टेलीविज़न पे आए, कहीं भी आए, आपका फेस आना चाहिए। और मुझे तो शर्म आ रही है, रोटी पे देखिए लिखा है, मोदी का नाम लिखा है, अब की बार मोदी सरकार। रोटी पे आप लिखवा सकते हैं, कमाल है। रोटी पे शर्म आनी चाहिए उन रोटी वालों को जिन्होंने छापा। अरे रोटी खाने की चीज़ है, रोटी पूजा है एक तरह की, जो आदमी खाता है प्रसाद है, उस पर भी आप लिख रहे हैं मोदी का नाम। पता नहीं क्या खोपड़ी है हमारे देश के लोगों की। इतनी भूख आपके अंदर अपने नाम की कि मेरा नाम ही रहना चाहिए। अरे इंसान है ही नहीं आप। देश में इतने मिनिस्टर, किसी को कोई लेना देना नहीं। We have 60 ministers in union government. They are not at all concerned about public. They do not know what's happening. There are so many states, they do not know what's happening. Nobody knows. Who shall take care of this country, people? Public is helpless. I am not talking about total public. I am talking about those public which are not haves, which don't have resources, those people. What should we do? I can only say it's regretful. It is regretful, nothing else. There's no other way to define that. I'm not speaking against anyone. I am just presenting facts which I am observing. Every day news are coming in, every hour news are coming in. Just tell me, 130 crore people in this country and only 8,000 tests are conducted a day. Only. This is, we are not at all ready to face such problems. Not ready at all. We are just depending, oh, they will, no problem. We have banned some community to tell these are responsible. These bloody full television channels, these bloody people of this country, all these bhakts, they don't use mind. There are bad people everywhere. Why do certain companies, you think other communities are fine? Why did people collect in MP to celebrate Ram Navami? Why they collected themselves in Telangana? Why people gathered in Sirdi? Why at many other areas they collected? Nobody is raising any question against them. Why? Because that is different community. Here also you are differentiating. Serious issue. Do not link religion to disease. Bad and good everywhere. If you blame such, what about Arab? Do you have mind? Are they not same community? They are very well expert and control themselves. This is government failure, not public failure. Public doesn't know anything. They don't even understand what is happening. It is failure of administration, it's failure of central government, it's failure of Delhi government, and it's failure of administration and police. Why do you pass blame to them? Really shameful on those bhakts and those television channels and those ministers who are bringing this to front. Blame everybody if you are just. Why did Chief Minister, if you go to Ram temple, decide this? Is that not illegal? Nobody questioned that, and somebody questioned and they put FIR in jail. Why? Everybody has a right. Is Chief Minister of UP higher than everybody else? Is he higher than the Constitution? He is higher than God? I don't understand. That is why Corona has come. Now Corona is searching people who are sinners. It's searching people who are cruels against poor. And it will set all institutions right. All institutions are not working. This is what you say, yada yada hi dharmasya. Gilanir bhavati Bharat hai. Whenever in Bharat means in earth, there is sin, there is some problem. When duties are not done, people don't take responsibilities, people cause sins to others, call atrocities to others. I'll come there and prosecute all those who are criminals and sinners, and I'll help those who are good, and I'll reset institutions, etc., and go after that. This is what God says. So that is what now. It's not necessary that God should come in imaginative mode which you believe in. It's not necessary. God comes whatever way it comes. You can't check that. Maybe I met him, you did not meet him. Maybe I have seen Corona in my dream, you did not see that. Who knows what I have seen and what I have seen? Nothing happens on its own. This is what we think. Kana kana mein Bhagavan hai, we say, right? In every nuclei there is presence of God. If it's any nuclei, why do you think God will come? It's already come. And it keeps on coming every time. This time also has come and hitting, hammering everyone. So don't take it for granted. God is not worried about our candles. God is not worried about our ghantis. God is not worried about this. God is worried about doctors are not given facilities. Doctors are not given equipment. Already 70 doctors have died in Italy. Are doctors meant for death? Even at a cost of 1 N95? Shame onto those political controllers. Very big shame onto them. because they do not arrange for that. They are ready to kill doctors. They are not providing facilities, equipment, despite doctors' demand. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, really. I thought before that we are only fool country, we are only careless country, and we had a misconception that Europe is very powerful nations, a group of nations, and they are very intelligent people, they are scientific people, they are designers. That was a picture we had developed in our mind, and same picture we had developed for America and for England and for many other countries. But projection has come out, blueprint has come out now. What are these people? What are these economies? Only picture, only drama, only painting, no standard power, no standard plan. Means they are no different than we are. They are no different. Only thing they accept, but we don't accept. That's the only difference. We will hide everything. They will hide some and they will show some. At least this honesty is still with them. We are beyond winning. America has clearly said maybe we lose 2.5 lakhs people. Do we have had stamina? We have no stamina even to test our public. We don't even forget all country. Congested areas are hundreds in this country. Go to every city, you will find congested, dense populated areas, slums areas, other areas. We did not go there to test citizens. When shall you test? After their deaths? You did not know where food is available or not available. Just voice raising, oh, we are giving food to them. Who is going to see you are giving food to them? There's no plan. I'm not saying that this is happening. Everybody knows it. I'm just reminding everybody that keep in mind this is happening. It's unfortunate, really. Unfortunate. And sometimes a pleasure comes to me that at least God is working. A degree of happiness comes to me. अंदर से सोचता हूँ यार एक तरह से अच्छा भी हो रहा है. ये लोगों ने बहुत पाप बढ़ गया था. इनको सबक सीखना चाहिए था. हराम की खाने की बहुतों को आदत लग गई है. चोरी करने की, डकैती करने की, हेरा फेरी की सारी दुनिया में हालत चल रही है. बड़े बड़े पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को पनिशमेंट भी हुए हैं और चोरी भी कर रहे हैं. हर देश में ज़्यादातर. हर देश अपने हिसाब से रेस में आ गया कि मैं किस तरह से ज़्यादा धन लूट लूँ दुनिया का. सब इसी दौड़ में इस खास तौर से कुछ दशकों में आगे लगे हैं और इस दशक में तो बहुत ज़्यादा. कार भी बना के बेच दो, जहाज भी बना के बेच दो, सब कुछ ज़मीन से निकाल लो, तेल तो पी गए पहले ही और सब कुछ कर लो. बस भगवान जब शुरू होता है तो याद रख लो ज़मीन बहुत छोटी पड़ जाती उसके लिए. और कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि कुछ ऐसा हो जाए जो कभी किसी ने सोचा ना हो. कुछ नहीं कह सकते. मेरे हिसाब से 2020 से लेके, बल्कि 2019 कह सकते, चलो 20 से मान लेते हैं, 2020 से लेके और 2019 तक, 29 तक कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा ही होने वाला है. मटेरियल से लिंक, सामग्री से लिंक. शायद अब वो वाली बातें कुछ कम हो जाएं. इस वार हो गई, उसके बीच में वार हो गई, वहाँ युद्ध हो गया, वहाँ युद्ध हो गया. हो सकता है उसमें कुछ कमी आ जाए, क्योंकि आदमी सामग्री का गुलाम है, मटेरियल का गुलाम हो चुका है पूरी दुनिया वाला. और वो बहुत गलत चीज़ थी. आप खाली मटेरियल से आगे नहीं चल सकते. आपको दिमाग भी चलना चाहिए. खाली सामग्री लेके, मटेरियल लेके आप आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते. इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल जस्ट टू मूव विद मटेरियल. यू नीड माइंड ऑल्सो हाउ टू यूज़ दैट मटेरियल. जब तक दिमाग आप यूज़ नहीं करेंगे आप मटेरियल से काम नहीं कर सकते. इसलिए माइंड चाहिए मटेरियल के साथ. खाली मटेरियल से काम नहीं चलता, खाली लक्ष्मी से काम नहीं चलता. सरस्वती भी साथ में जरूरी है. जो नहीं समझते वो जानवर होते. बिना विज्ञान आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. आज के युग में विज्ञान कह लीजिए, ज्ञान कह लीजिए, जो भी है बड़ा फार्मूले के, बिना सोच के आपका पैसा किसी काम का नहीं. और सच पूछो तो पैसा आपका है ही नहीं. आपने कुछ भी ना लाए, ना ले गए, ना ले जाएंगे। सब लिया, इसी ज़मीन से लिया और उसी में नशा आ गया। नशा इतना कि कोई हिसाब किताब नहीं। लेकिन याद रखो, जब ज़मीन छोड़ता है व्यक्ति यहाँ से कोई भी, उस टाइम सब एक से होते हैं। चाहे कोई करोड़ अरबपति खरबपति रहा हो या कोई राष्ट्रपति रहा हो, यहाँ छोड़ के वक्त जब जाएंगे, एक राष्ट्रपति हो या एक सबसे छोटा मजदूर हो, एक ही लेवल के माने जाते हैं, आते वक्त या जाते वक्त। इसलिए ज़्यादा उछलो मत। कोरोना आपको वार्निंग दे रहा है, वार्निंग सुन लो। और ये मत सोचो हम कोरोना को डिफीट कर देंगे, डिफीट नहीं होगा। वो जाएगा तो अपने आप जाएगा। आया भी अपने आप है, आप नहीं लाए उसको, और अपने आप जाएगा। आप बचाते रहिए, शो बने रहिए घरों में बंद। कर दिया ना उसने आपको बंद, और क्या चाहते थे आप? आप आज उस हालत में हैं, ना तो ये समझ पा रहे हैं कि बंद होके क्या फ़ायदा हुआ है, और नहीं बंद होते तो क्या नुकसान होता, नहीं समझ आएगा आपको। नहीं, you cannot understand this. What is real benefit of hiding behind doors, staying locked down, and if there's no lockdown would happen, it's just only a hit and trial, a try and error method, not a factual one. I don't want to talk more on this because people are dying. Big people are dying, small people are dying. There's no control. They say control is happening, but actually it's not happening. Only I say, if you want to fight with something, you must have that power to fight. You must have that strength to fight. And if you do not have that strength, you cannot fight. World is lacking in that strength. Just I say, strengthen your soul, strengthen your body, you will save yourself. If you don't do that, you shall not save yourself. It's not one day or 2 days, it may stay for decades, maybe. If it doesn't go, it will stay with us. But if we are strong, we may help ourselves. It's not first time disease has come to earth, it keeps on coming. But because now people are educated, science is available, people can understand and they can avoid, they can protect themselves from this. That's what I say, is strengthen your body. Don't follow what some people say, some leaders say. Make yourself stronger. And to those workers, poor people, please help them. They need your help. Don't give money to those people who ask you to give money to those who are poor. Direct help them. Because they want food, they cannot wait for government service to come to help them. At least they should get food, if nothing else. Survival is more important than power this time. I think not less than 30 to 40 crore people are affected. They are hungry. Maybe they start dying after a few days if they are not fed. These poor people need your help, because if they are there, you can progress, our country can progress. If they are not there, we cannot progress, because we alone, ourselves, cannot do something without their help. If they die, factories shall stop, industries shall stop, and development shall stop. So you want to see that stage, or you want to keep this country moving without having any affiliation to political groups. Forget political groups. These groups are self-oriented. These groups are party-oriented. These groups are not inclined to serve public of this country, and not only this country but also others. Okay, unity is one thing, integrity is another thing, but public help is more important than unity and integrity at this time. And if there is no public, what's the meaning of this country or other country? Just think that way. Public is more important than political leaders. Public is more important than money. If public is available, you can again come to high ups and you can help yourself. But unfortunately, this is not happening. People have to think. Forget those who are with political leaders. I am not talking to them. If they listen, fine. I am talking to those who are having independent opinion, who think that country is not run by politicians, by the public, which is a fact of life. Public is public is an element that makes a country. It's not others. Public means all sections of public, including majority of poor, or you can say those who cannot afford, who work day and night and then make money. They may make their livings, you can say, not say make money, just to live, to eat. And those people are my friends. Indirectly, I do not know, they don't know, it doesn't matter, but I am with them to support them whatever I can. I hope that they will survive, not because of government, because of public help and their own help. And I salute them that at least they have power to walk, which I did not think they have. They have power to walk hundreds of kilometers, and this is great. So, Corona cannot go to such people who have resistance in their bodies, who have immunity, because middle class person, educated person, riches cannot walk such distance. They may not even walk 1 kilometer, forget about others. And if they walk 1 kilometer, maybe they take 2 cups of tea on way. So, these people are wealth of this country, to be very frank. Poor workers of our country are wealth of this country, not others. Educated people must be considered wealth, but they did not prove till now that they are wealth, they are assets for this country. We have to reconsider everything. Educated people haven't proved that they can think. They haven't proved yet. They are just following some people, which is not correct. You may speak anything against me, I receive that, but facts cannot be denied. And also I said before, particularly for engineers, please change your future. Change your future and think as engineer, not as follower. With this, I'll stop on Corona, because this is continuous and maybe nobody knows how many days, how many months more it will intermingle in world. Because I don't think it's very simple, it's very complex, and it has come to act on world in its own way. So we move on to management. My daily topic, management. Actually, this was also management, to be very frank. It was not extra management, it was really management. How to manage governance during impact of this disease, which generally we have to learn actually from this, a new chapter on management, new word of management, that it's not simply project management or you can say business management or some other general management. It's now a question of governing management, where there was no pre-planning, no, you can say disaster management preparation. Whole world has failed, so world must have another direction set for it to follow new path in future, and we are one of those leading countries that can devise that path, because we have human resources, we have materials, and we can move with that. This is our privilege, particularly in this country, because we are a populous country, and even Europe is much less than us, about 40% of us, whole Europe, and America is 1/5 of us. China and Bharat are different populations that actually constitute around 33% of whole world population of 8 million. So we have educated people, we have working people, and we have thinkers, not only think tank but think seas and oceans. So we should not underestimate ourselves. We should use this strength we have for different world now. Do not rely upon politicians. Do not rely upon political leaders. You have to rely upon your own basis and move this country again with different spirit, different strength. This is general statement by me. I am very small person, citizen like you, no affiliation with anyone, just an ordinary citizen. But I can express my view and I have expressed. Of course, my words are a little different. I am not very polite person. I am not diplomatic and I don't want to be. I am physical person. I am person with workers because I use them in my life, and I know without strength of that element of society, the section of society, development is impossible, completely impossible. So for that development, we have to manage all affairs in our life, and one of those affairs in our life is, and everything relates to measurement, to evaluation, and to quantification. That's what we are, and we have to think that quantity, as I say every time, you may say again, it bores. It's not boring. It's not question I want to bore. But when I talk something, I express my views. It's not only for intelligence or brilliance, but also for all those who have no such developed status of mind and who also need information that I share with you. I talked about quality, chapters, annexes, and management. And this quality chapters we relate to ISO 9001-2015 because we generally use that reference, not some other. And in that special format, which is Annex SL, and I discuss with you annexes like general annexes of whatever organization, annexes about Annex SL about construction, RC buildings, reinforcement concrete buildings, annex about RC supervision of buildings, and annex about designs of buildings that I discuss with you at length, and will refer to them again and again when it comes, and those talks are available. And then I jumped on to quality part of quality system part of quality controls, and I explained to you all about some elements of RCC buildings like soil, like foundations, like fillings, backfillings, like column superstructure and suspended slabs and beams, monolithic construction, and then likewise we discussed that how we should do, what precautions we should take, how we should involve in inspections and testing. All that we explained to you about soil at length, not at length, at length it takes we have to study completely thoroughly on that, because I'm not expert on that. I just have a little knowledge on soil, but whatever knowledge I have, you can apply on the foundations, which I explained to you also means different types of soils and rocks and how they conduct below foundations. No need explain again. I think it's required again, I'll explain again. But most important is whether soil remains in motion, water remains in motion in soil, or is stationary, how it behaves and conducts. That's more important, because ultimately it is soil that accepts all stresses and forces coming from structure through foundation, and that at some stage it you can say immerses in soil itself. All these stresses, these are not physical events. Once it transmits to soil, it goes into Earth's crust. Those I have completed. I showed you many sketches, I showed you many diagrams and many pages of book, and explained to you how we control. I explained to you about how we examine foundations, how we examine excavations, how we do all that, how we improve soil, how to examine your columns and footings, and how to how to tackle those in superstructure and regarding pour of concrete, fixing of steels, and pour of slabs, pour of foundations, and all that, and many other sketches relevant to my projects I did. And I think you may be you might have got something, if not everything, or if you got nothing, well, even then I can't help it. I was then talking about excavations, quality control, which this was setting out and excavations, setting out and excavation, which I started with you, and which says I start say reference to project key plans and individual building plans, which I explain means key plans, major plan or master plan that gives you certain details that what is where, means which elements, which buildings or the utility buildings are available in that area, and what about individual building plans we have, that much information is related. Then what are grids and what are labels, and how we calculate them, we use them, we relocate them, and then we discuss about angles in all directions, grid angles, level profiles, and flying them from GPS, then coordinates of that area we are going to construct, real coordinates or converted coordinates, or you can say building coordinates of plans. Then we say third party certification in relation to those coordinates and labels that we got through to our building a project for purpose of monitoring our project level wise, or you can say vertical controls and horizontal controls. When I say label etc. or angle, it can be vertical controls, and when I say coordinates, which is horizontal controls, because coordinates are north, south, latitude, departure, etc., and levels are in meters up and down, reduced level or inverted levels. So we will explain later on what are inverted levels and what are reduced levels. Just briefly I am telling, reduced level means final level you establish on site, which is reduced in a sense that we refer to some original level which we don't use in calculation but establish something else. We may establish some level equal to 0 level and we take from that. So then third party certification, as I said, we use services of third party for this purpose. Then setting of offsets from building lines means we have to excavate, and building lines is there with the set offs, means you have to leave this much from this boundary line or whatever is some kind of provision in your bylaws, we have to follow that. And then you should have markings for Rakia, and also this offset means that you have to excavate, you need some references. So we temporarily set up some railings and some points like grids is set on those little distant from real excavation. So when you excavate, these points must be present, should not be moved away by excavation. Then working areas means areas in addition to design locations, design lines of excavations. We need some area for entering into that, working for shutters or for something, and that is of a working area in addition to excavated area. And then we are talking about values, which is very important one. Values means that is very technical, it's a contractual word. In fact, value, you have to leave some way for some services that is passing through that structure of building, that is called value. You have to leave from these services so much distance mandatorily, even though it's not shown here drawing or layout design, yet you have to get it confirmed statutorily through your department, what department is that, and establish what you are going to do, is that according to that one, or if some changes are required, what changes should be. That's value means. Examples, well, there's a electric pole near your building you are going to construct, there's some government water line or plant water line, there's some gas line, or there's some sewer line, or there's some other line or some other system which may be passing here and there. All that must be taken care of, because we cannot move those services without permission of government, and we must know first of all where the services are. That's very important, and that's what I say. Value means you cannot touch that distance which is given mandatory. You have to leave this much from here. So that is value means you have to leave that much way around that service. If you locate otherwise, you shall violate law or rules. So then value requirement, what action we have to take? This means I explain that you are contractor, or not even contractor, you are consultant designer. It's your duty to ensure whatever work you are designing, what you are doing, it should not violate law, and you cannot do something in violation of those laws. So you must get that information from relevant departments of government. We are doing this project. Is it violating any such existing services? That we have to inquire from related departments, and if there is some change required, we should do that. Otherwise, we will cause errors. That's what we have to do. Very simple means you have to run here and there, access to someone to submit an application. We are going to run this project, start this, it's a working project, and we have this providers. And if there's no objection to them, it's fine, you can run, there's no problem. And that is where you are safe in one way or in another way, that you are not violating that value. So this is, you can say, record of running services. This you can get same way as I said, not value issue, but there may be services running in or under this ground you are going to excavate, or around. If it is that kind of area, even if it is green project, there can be some services running below which you are not sure about. You know about which is brown project, but in green projects there may be something below for which you get information from concerned body department in that country that deals with that. So those services which are passing through below must be known before excavation. So precautionary measures can be taken. First, to discover services where they unearth them, and if so required, after having discussion with concerned department, either to relocate them or to do something else as instructed by that department. That's called record drawings for these running services, and we must get from them. Then effect of running live services. Live services or dead services, both are different. If live services are there, it's more dangerous, because this is supporting some plant functioning or some refinery functioning or some city functioning. So that services cannot be disturbed, and if you want to disturb the service means you are stopping facilities to those residences or factory, and factory cannot work or plant cannot work without that service. So this is a question of liability. If you want to shut down that facility, this costs a lot, it's loss. Therefore, you must be very sure, if it is strict on that, the effect of live services. This effect must be understood before you do something. So you can't say that this is very difficult work as far as starting site is concerned. Then you can say program for diversion. If required, as said, you have to deal with department concerned or government concerned, authority, local body concerned, and find a solution. If there is no problem, continue. Then we have to continue by first ensuring there is nothing wrong in. So we will excavate pitches at various locations, temporary pitches, and see if nothing is wrong. Then we can continue the excavation using machines, or you have to decide whether using hand excavation or machine excavation. Depends on that knowledge you get through this diversion and live services. Then coordination with statutory bodies, I said, you have to coordinate with them. You go and submit your application documents, and you can conduct meeting with those people. What should you do? How should you do? They may demand your explanation, or they may issue their own methods. Both are okay, and it's better if they give you follow like this, comply with that. That's more important. Then we say then it's coordination with statutory bodies, and then there's whether or not NOC required. That you decide means if there's no NOC means if they say continue, no problem, or we want to change this line, we want to deflect or divert this line, then you may say after that clearance to you. So that's what is there. It's very important to get that. Without you cannot disrupt services. It's going to harm some function of operation of big plant or something else. You will say, is my private or it's not private, it's the government or whatever. You cannot cause losses to others. And whether or not excavation is hard work, yeah, that's other one. Hard work or cold work, you have to decide. And if this is operating authority exists in that area, you have to get permission for everything. Work permit you have to take from them with you submitting applications, all documents necessary for that particular activity that you are going to do. You know, define to that authority how we will do this by hand excavation or how we will do, and after giving conformity we will do some other excavation. So that's a hard work is there, and hard work is very serious work. According to that, you have to, according to procedures, you have to write what are you going to do. It should be a part of that permit you are going to apply. You will apply, right? Then this is safety measures to be adopted during excavations. We have gone through safety in our safety videos. You have to say safety in all excavation, a small pit, big pit, or big mass foundation. You can say mass excavation. Whatever different safety measures are available, you can see. I have put URLs on this video text. You can see various chapters on safety are all included after text of this video. Current video you will find safety HSE ergonomics, in which you will find many URLs. You can just pull down and see what we talked on those videos, and those are number of details are there. Good one that also is a help you, can help you. After that, then it says what equipment to be used, where to decide, depending on method statement, depending on traffic diversion, because what happens, safety is very important from every point of view. You may have to excavate in an existing road, or you may have to excavate somewhere else in whatever location, and everywhere there are different methods applicable. That methods you have to decide yourself. It's not that method given somewhere else. You can generate your own method using your mind and application, and what can be done easily on that. So that's called safety measures we have to adopt. X is a pit, or it's a culvert, or it may be some electrical cable provision, or maybe something else. You have to decide yourself and take precautions accordingly for purpose of excavation. Excavation does not have any standard. It varies from, you can say, project to project and person to person, in application, in adoption. Safety measures, as said, you can refer to videos. Then traffic diversions are important as part of that, because when you work in some public road, you cannot just close everything and stop road. There's no other way for traffic to go. Or in that case, we take half portion first and then another half later on. In that half portion, we say that this position is there, means if some vehicle is coming, it has to know from distance that some work is going on, and then what direction is shown, you have to follow this direction, vehicle drivers. And once you finish everything in half portion, then you can close this portion, other portion, and start traffic flow here. That was done before. So that's half and half, can say. And with all precaution of safety and quality, you must work that, and that's very interesting one. Because generally services, infrastructure, buildings and other services do occur in such portions. So we have to take big precaution while you're diverting roads. You have to put all necessary signs as you put on roads. There's no specific deviation on that or concession on that. You have to put all signs at crossings, T or roundabouts or flyovers, wherever you work with that, you will do this. Then you can say traffic diversion I explained, and whether or not method statements approved. That's point. Method statement means for every activity, every activity you must understand what you are going to do as an engineer, as a manager, and you have to write that one, what you are going to do, particularly in sequence and in relation to those drawings and those sites which you are going to work on. Complete method statement activity-wise must be given, and that copy must be included with the application of your permit as well as for your own use. So that is excavation method statement. It's not very big, but just explanatory what role the people shall do while doing that. But mostly it's already done, but yet it's a part that I have to take in video. Maybe you understand that, or maybe you refer to that one. Then we can say what equipments to be used. So you can say equipment, excavator equipment is there, rock breaker is there, or there's no other equipment, manual excavation is there. Whatever you have to decide. It's nothing you directly from here can do. You cannot direct, depends upon type of work, location of work, and what soil is there. All that dominate, all that decide, dictate which method I'll select. Then all workers fully informed of site safety. And that's a teaching, that's an instruction issue. Means safety is for all and everybody understands safety, but there are some principles, some complications that one has to keep in mind, and particularly the aspect these workers or these agriculturists to know about that, because they are not well educated and they cannot even express you. So we have to take our own care. Tell what I have done, we have done that. They are now weak, so that's what. Then equipment is over, workers fully informed site safety, and are shoring materials on site. So shoring materials on site, that's what you see, shoring or not shoring or bringing mistake. Depends upon what type of soil is there, your excavation is standing or not standing, or falling. Means all this depends upon what type of soil it is. You know what driver while you excavate, you know that it's falling in addition to excavated areas, and means there's some problem in that. We have to understand the problem, and we have to report to soil reports available and study that in full, just like you refresh yourself. Then you can say egress. Shoring material means you have to stop sites of excavation from being collapsed, and we can stop that only by some additional supports. Why I'm saying I was showing them, though we are excavating, but we are not sure. There may be some building distant away, maybe 10 meters away, or 20 meters away, and your soil goes on collapsing, or collapsing. It can impact other buildings, it can impact that area, and even your own surroundings, road buildings can be subject to impact. So that's very important one. Now you see next one, Maharaj. What is that? What I'm saying is everything is different. Means what I said, ingress and egress to and from, trench well planned. We are going to excavate trench. It may be small trench, it may be pit, it may be long trench, it may be full trench, or deep trench, or massive trench. It may be excavation for a raft, it may be excavation for a combined footing, it may be excavation for beam, continuous beam in foundation. So if it's a mass excavation, then you must have separate access for going down, you can say entering your basement and then coming out later. If you excavate that full trench, as I showed to you in many of my safety plans, that there's a ramp to access in and there's a guardrail all above. You must have remembered that. You must remember that. I did in many sketches. I cannot immediately show you now. I'll show you one together sometime else. You have to decide according to those sketches or principles how you manage, whether it's one bench or it's 2 or 3 benches, depending on what you're dealing, what details you are out for design. But it's very important. Then you can say this was ingress and egress to and from trench well planned. Means it should not conflict with other activities, and it should be just excavated and machine be taken out and excavated material disposed to stockpiles. And there is shall work be done during night hours. That's the point. Shall work be done during night hours. This generally happens on many big projects. There are reasons for that. Sometimes traffic is a reason. If it's on road, sometimes traffic is no reason, but its circumstances or environment on that site. Maybe daytime, say school or hospital, people keep on coming and going back. You cannot come in way of those people who are coming, those students who are suffering because of lack of study. It's something different. You have to take care of that. If night work is done, you have to allow that. But you have to take care at night. Too much noise is not permitted because of people may be sleeping there. If it's not residential area, then that problem doesn't exist. You can take permission, do that job at night during good temperatures, good service of, you can say, good services, all that, it happens. So night work can be done where radioactivity is ongoing, radioactivity, when you are doing some X-ray, some steel welding or some other work, where there's a requirement of this, or some fabrication work you are doing, you have to test material, all that is required. So night work is done for execution. Concrete work can be done at night, means it's very important. Generally major concretes are done at night or early morning. So you have to plan accordingly, there's no problem. Night work or day work is not a big deal in our construction line. Generally 50% work is done at night and 50% work done in day. Depends upon what temperature is there in day, what's there in night. All that is very informative, in fact, you can say. Very much informative, that we have to consider. Cannot be taken for granted. Nothing can be taken for granted. Now, we can say that other one is, I think many people are not joined till now. People are sleeping, particularly I know. I just, except why I start early morning. In this time, maybe people think that I'm not sleeping or I'm old man. That's not reason here. For me, time has no meaning. Anytime, all time you do work if you can. Rest you can take, but don't make habit of rising late. That's not good for you. I try to avoid in my life to get up late in morning because you lose something. And also a reason that I feel during early hours, early morning, 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, I started early. There's not reason of that refreshing mind, of having good refreshed air. Other reason means, first of all, is peaceful. People are sleeping. I need some area where there's no disturbance, no voice, and it's good for your work of recording, it's video, and I can concentrate. There's no traffic passing, and more on top of that, signals availability. So there are some reasons. I talk early morning. I know you are not there sometimes. You have been sleeping, but it also means another thing. You cannot watch whole video in one go if it's longer video, and you have to watch in patches, but it's my compulsion that I have to continue making video, because if I break, connection is not available. Connection to Facebook is not available, and I am generally make videos on Facebook until there's some compulsion I can make on mobile. That's not my consumption now. I was just telling you about how I do morning. People are sleeping, yet people may look at it later on, no problem to me. I say night work is done, we accept that for various purposes, for concrete purpose, for, you can say, what other purpose. Yesterday we talked about different animals in different times. Well, now we go to stockpile, unnecessary stockpile. Police permission is also linked to all activities, many activities. For example, you are transporting material to site. Big trailers are taking something. You need permission. You are working at night, you need permission in residential area. Even if it is industrial, you have to take permission from non-police sources which are equivalent to police. So police permission is that traffic moves without any problem and there's no dispute and no halla gulla actually. Just to understand that, please understand this way. And after that, see police permission is over, then stockpile area is readily available. That's very important point, stockpile area. And what is a stockpile? First you should understand what I'm talking about. Stockpile area. I think we'll stand for 5 minutes just to relieve my stresses on my body. Sometimes it's better to stand and relax. So I'm standing and relaxing so that you also relax. No problem to me. When I'm saying the stockpiles, what it says. When I say stockpile area, what is that pile and what is stock? Excavate, right? By excavator you are excavating, by machine you are excavating, or by some other method you are excavating. You cannot put that material there itself. Here in some buildings, in private buildings, people do that. They keep material there itself and they cause complete nonsense on site. Profession says, and actually people do that, some people do that. Those people don't know about that. Excavate, put in truck. And when truck is full, take this and put somewhere else in your control where you stop it. All metal goes there and excavation is clear. You have access to excavation. This is not the amount of material you have to rise on that. No, it's not like that. Just take it on truck and go and put somewhere else. That accumulated material, dumped material, stacked one place, that's called stockpile. Purpose. Soil may not be useful, doesn't matter. You can check it. Soil may be useful, it also welcome. But because this material is soil, you have to reuse it somewhere. Maybe on same project, some other project. You have to screen out that. All big particles like boulders, you have to screen out from that. For that purpose you stock it. If it's reusable, you do that. Or if it's not reusable, you can shift it somewhere. Or where you can directly put as a reclaim area. Or where there's a site approved by government or by state as dumping site. That's purpose of stockpile, no other purpose. We'll talk of later on. This is not going to be directly quality impact, but it's impact of environment. Environment. Because there are finer particles in that soil. There are coarse particles, fine particles, chips, or many other organic material, which is also very important. We cannot allow organic material, which is decomposable. Just remember there are two types of material, organic and inorganic. Just for information I'm telling you, inorganic material is not decomposed. Organic material is decomposed. Decomposition means changing chemical form from existing form to some other form. That's called decomposition or decay. Decay. Both are there. Or deterioration into some other type. But inorganic material is not decayed. It changes from one material to another electronic form. Examples. Radioactive material, we call them. Every material, every element, every inorganic material keeps on changing all times from one form to other form, and last radioactive stage is lead, radioactive lead, from where it goes nowhere. That is called inorganic material. It cannot decompose, but organic material decompose. You can say not tea, this tea leaves, other leaves, wood, grass, fertilizer, all that are some materials, like you can say the various material, organic material, which are eaten. You can keep them for 1 day, 2 days, and it's not used even in fridge. These decompose. We say die. It's not actually, that's decomposed. Composition change, like we say, night soil. We pass out our food deposits and we release in form of excreta, which further decomposed by application of actions of bacteria on them, anaerobic bacteria in septic tank or manhole or in sewer line, and finally it goes to form of sludge, grayish material. This is all decomposition. Remember, change of chemical structure, organic chemical structure. This is decomposition. So this soil has many organic particles which are not growthable, not useful for soil. These are impurities and must be removed. And then screening of material grading. There may be clay in this, there may be some other material. If we have to fill back or backfill, we have to consider that. That's what we say, stockpile is required, no other reason. We'll talk of later on. I'm just telling you during excavation what happens. So after stockpile, we will go to let's see what point is there. I don't remember exactly. We go to after stockpile. Then are environment protection measures intact and dumping area available. Well, we have a dumping, that dumping area must be available. Environment is finer particles of that excavation, because you cannot expect wind is there or there is no wind. Every day wind works. Whenever there is a difference of pressure, difference of temperature, always wind agent acts. So that wind agent flies with it, carries with it or airborne these finer particles, taken from this place to that place, and during excavation also it works. That causes environmental hazard. We have to keep that in mind. There may be thousands of cubic meters of excavation or millions of cubic meter excavations, and if you go deep and you will find different types of, you will find rock particles up to this, or you will find sand, or you will find clay, or you will find silt. Whatever you find, there is possibility of locally environmental disturbance, interference, that must be taken care of by safety guys and all of us. And this environmental hazard is a risk to health of people. This deposits may be lying road, this may be lying other buildings, or this may be lying somewhere. So we have to protect that disturbance by covering it up, or just immediately taking it somewhere, or if required, we can water certain area in our excavation, so that these particles, or stockpiles as well, we have to cover, so that these particles don't fly away to cause hazards in other areas. I was saying, and we must have those areas available, dumping areas available, duly permitted by state. We say definition of duration of excavation. Duration of excavation. You cannot say every time I excavate, you cannot do anything. There's a traffic somewhere, there's people are going to school, if it's local area, or there's some hospital around. Means it depends upon location. They always complete desert, there's no problem at all. There's no residence, nothing. You have to define in your methods what will be excavation time, or excavation requires some permit from police, or there's no such need. This may require excavation from authorities operating one, or there's no such thing. All we have to decide, only then we can do that. Definition, we have to schedule out about that. And also, it depends upon what type of ground is that, what the report says, what water level is there, how it is, everything is designed. There may be dewatering arrangement required, depends upon. And we go further, that this is the duration of excavation, timing of excavation. There may be duration of, you may say 20 hours you have to excavate, or 50 hours you excavate, or how many days it would take, and how many works you have to, how many working hours every day you have to work. Then dewatering the site checks, arrangement value mark is very important. Now it depends upon what type of soil it is. Water table is there. Is the water table or no water table? Water is there. Question is that. If water is there, you cannot excavate directly. You cannot excavate in water. You have to tackle water first. If there's water, how to do that then? Clay soil, sandy soil, silty clay, or rock, soft rock, hard rock. Generally, water table or water presence causes its difficulties in deep excavations, where we are going to do some excavations at 10 meter deep, 15 meter deep, or like that in underground pump stations or underground basements, where certainly you will meet water. Now water is in free flow, or water is in porosity position, not flowing but water excess. If water is freely flowing in laminar way or some like sandy soil it is, then we have to think what type of arrangements we have to do for dewatering. We also think what type of arrangement we have to do in different soils. That must be decided. And your bore log will tell you, your soil investigation would advise you that procedures. You can use two types of methods depending on nature of soil. One is well point dewatering system. I have showed you in a sketch before what is well pointing, and I will explain also. Then there is another one which is just submersible pump used in that. Let's say what's well point. Let us say is a deep foundation of 15 meters or 20 meters. We cannot excavate directly 15-20 meters and say, okay, we have capped this 15 meters soil wall. It's not possible. Not possible. If you have area, it must be on brown green projects, there's big area available. And if area is not available, another method we have to do. Let us say area is available. So we take in the steps, we take like that. As I said before, this is your top. You go like this, go here, go like this, go here. I mean to say, let us say this is your top. Maybe you are seeing a singles. This is point, our total point. We go like this bench, go like this slope, go like this bench, go like this, go like bench. It's like that. I cannot show here. If I can draw, I'm not able to draw here. Well, you understand what I'm saying? Excavation in bench form. Bench means horizontal and slope means slope. You have to excavate additional working area also there in addition to foundation area. And that should be in benching form if it's clay soil. It retains its surface if it's clay soil. And in those benches, in different layers, you have to fix well points. It's about 160 cm or 70 cm each well point, 1 meter. All these are there connected with each other, all well points together in a circuit, and that is connected to one pump outside, which keeps these wells go below soil 10 meters, 15 meters, and there's a pump outside, big pump, Miller pump used to call them before. This keeps round clock pumping out. It's not, turbulent discharge, it is very, very small discharge, because water is contained in pores of clay. These are not permeable, these are not turbulent, these are just coming in small quantity, and these wells, very small diameter wells, 50 mm, and these wells having some filter below. These are being pumped, hundreds of wells in one circuit on top bench, one circuit on middle bench, one circuit on down bench. These all work together and water is drained out outside. It's after collecting from these, it is connected to some manhole or some other source. It is reservoir, it is no manhole. This way, round clock throughout it works without stoppage, and You keep area dry with this method, that is called well point dewatering system. We call some point well points, these vertical points. Then we got headers on that, like which connected to each well. Headers, these headers are then connected further out like pumps to discharge into some public manhole or some other temporary water lagoon or storage. From where you can further dispose. That is clay soil method. This is one part of clay. And in case you don't have working area, you don't have that area, you have some restriction on that, so you have to think what you have to do. That is also very important, and you have to do it accordingly. And what is that? I have restrictions on both sides. On this side say I cannot excavate in benching, but soil is clay, there's no way out. What's the method in that case? If depth is more, I can't use sheet pile as well. Then there's another method. That is called diaphragm walling. You have to do diaphragm walls around. Diaphragm, I will say, this is you have to cast in diaphragms on site in place of that walls, which also plot, so that earth doesn't subside or collapse. There's a method of diaphragms, we'll discuss later on. We have to excavate and put cast diaphragm walls simultaneously. Diaphragm wall method is there, you can see it's available and we'll discuss later on. So that's another method for excavation. You take out excavation and these diaphragm walls work as a retaining wall for other buildings below, soils below buildings. It doesn't disturb those buildings if there are buildings around. Okay, this is one part of clay excavation, dewatering. Then you can say about sandy soil. Sandy soil is different nature. Nature is that these are connected to each pores. These water flow this way and that way. Keep on moving in this water. So this water, by making slow gradient in your excavation at end around, you can make a sum at that end, and this flowing water within soil comes into that sump. That's my point. You excavate, reach your level, just make some gradient around in working area, and water flows through that wherever from it comes and accumulates into your sump pit. We call it sump pit. From their sump pit, water is accumulated, and we put a submersible pump, and when it's enough quantity of water, water is pumped out technically and disposed. This is treatment of water, bailing out of subsurface water from foundation and areas kept dry, and we work in that whatever procedure is given for compaction, from blinding concrete, all that, until we come clear of that foundations and below ground structures. Once the structures are clear, we can remove this dewatering system. That's what is called dewatering. As we said, dewatering arrangement, whether or not required. If it's required, what I explained in common sense, what I explained procedurally, is done. And it's not required, no problem. It's not required, not required. Then, are oxygen cylinders available? If so, required in confined areas. Oxygen cylinders. Oxygen cylinders, why do we need? When we have to work in confined areas means which are not commonly accessible, where there's a question of respiration, question of breathing, there's a question of temperature, or there are so many other questions that affect human being. It affects working, it affects my mind, it affects my nose, it affects my body. That is confined area. When there's a restriction of movement, Maybe I have to go like this. I cannot just freely move there. In certain areas, this confinement is to be solved. And for that, because there is no air pressure directly, there is no entry, you cannot breathe properly, you must have oxygen just to work there, to live momentarily, maybe half an hour, maybe 1 hour, or coming out and going again. It depends upon you stay outside for half an hour, work inside for 2 hours. Means not necessarily you walk there. It depends on how you live. These are not very major areas, small areas. And if there are major areas, then we have to supply an arrangement for ventilation. I have seen some project in LNG, this is complete, containment, metallic containments, 80-meter diameters. You say 80-meter diameter containment of LNG tank, and it's 50 meters high. We don't talk. Probably no ventilation in that area. 80 meters, you see, remember, 80 meter diameter, 50 meter high, complete contained. There's only temporary opening for gate, but they used to clear that area by ventilation using mechanical means so that people do not suffocate. That was the provision. Ventilation by airflow inside and pushing out used air. These temporary people used to come out and go frequently so that they get at least natural air. Then you say aluminum ladders available. This is very simple. Aluminum ladders, when you do excavation and you have to come out, you have to go in, you have to come out, this actually have not for materials, for human circulation, because when you work there, somebody has to go to pass urine, somebody has to go to lunch, somebody has to go to something else, or somebody bringing tea or anything. Access of human, not material, remember, materials will come through some other route. For that purpose, we have to provide ladders at minimum of 8 meters, not more than that. Here is a ladder. Before 8 meters, there must be another ladder, so that one man is here. If he wants to go to that, he should not walk more than 8 meters, 24 feet. That ladder must be there. An aluminum ladder, not wooden ladders. Aluminum ladder, mechanic ladder, you can say. This is used for purpose of access. Safety must be considered well. Then we say masks available for all personnel. Well, this is very common. Mask must be there from safety viewpoint, from hazardous viewpoint. One should not get smoke, one should not get respiration with soil, with dust particles, always some chemicals if they are. So that's very common. Masks are available. Then safety glasses, of course, PP, this all PP, the safety glass, dust particles should not enter there. Maybe dust system sometime. You cannot, you're in field. I'm wearing this glass, for example. This one, this is not for safety, this is only for eyes. So I have to put another glass on that if I work in field. So the dust storm should not come to my eyes. I suffered from that, and I took many hours at night just to be watered in and clean that one. So safety glasses available. Toolbox stocks being delivered. Toolbox stocks. Maybe many of you did not listen, did not know toolbox stock. Toolbox. What is actually this? We say tool, we say box. Is it that box which is in which tools are? Yes, it's that box. But that box is not common. It's for tools. We have to teach our tradesmen, our skilled people, unskilled people, semi-skilled people, foremen, how to use these tools during all activities safely, that no person is injured. That's the purpose behind that. No injury should be undertaken while using tools. That is called toolbox stocks. Whatever tool you are using, even you are using hacksaw or you are using a grinder, sometimes you cut your finger, something else happens. You are using something in temporary supply or shock, or this fire, or what was this? I have completely given the safety measures on safety videos, HSE ergonomics videos, and the URLs are available on this video tags and all videos tags in this management. You can refer to them what actually it means. It is not difficult. You can explain to yourself. You can explain to your foreman. When engineers conduct this talk every day or every other day, repetitively, because people forget. It will take just 5 minutes, maximum 10 minutes for them to tell about a good site and tell them, let safety officers go to site, call those people working 5, 6 or 10 and tell them 5 minutes, you should do like that, do like that, do like that. Or in start new activity, they should tell them what precautions they have to take. And they must observe, and again you should tell because they forget. We human is used to forgetting. Emergencies, communication system being in place. Well, that's management issue. Emergency communication is very important by mobile or by something else. This will be control in hands of some safety officer or in hands of project manager or hands of, you may say, those people who are leading teams. Then responsible personnel to be dedicatedly present on excavation. That is very important. Responsible persons means what? When you are excavating, machines are working, trucks are working, sometimes rock hammers are working, and there may be some failure of machines, or there may be some collapse of soil, or they may be caving in. People may this soil may fall on people. Accident, people may be in soil. Soil is on them. All these accidents are possible if we know safety. Any damn thing can happen. For that purpose, there is a responsible person who should understand movement of machine, who should understand what can happen on that side. He should be available all time there to ensure that nothing happens as such as we are talking. If there's something happens, then we'll take care immediately. We'll call firefighters or we'll call police, whatever is for purpose of emergency relief. That is for responsibility. We should keep people on site as bankmen. We have machines working this way, front, back, rear, and there should be some responsible person. Trucks are coming out, machines are going in, operations are going as such, guards are there, banksmen are there. All precautions must be taken. For that purpose, there is the requirement of some responsible person. The water tangle means to protect dust flying away, storming out. We need sometimes water there so that particles settle down temporarily. Every day or every third day we have to do that, or even on access road we have to do that, because trucks come in, cars come in, and your machines come in, so there are chances of erosion of existing soil layer and fly in, go up to 1 meter, 2 meter. This should be settled during work. This hazard should be avoided. Then you can say have neighbor existing buildings been checked if of any adversity in case of deep excavation or rewatering. As I said before, there are some buildings around and your excavation can cause harm to their substrata, then followed by settlement of foundations. That point must be kept in view. I was talking with an Arab engineer once. I was in Iraq in 82 and 83 or 82. We are going to excavate one major foundations for 5 underground pumps. These pumps, as I told, I worked there for this water dewatering as well, point system. And I could not understand that much at the time. I was too young. I was talking about this building is there, that building is here, and this building is here. We have to think about this. I said, what happens to them? He said, no. According to his experience, there was some problem in those buildings. I excavated, they may be 50 meters apart, 1 meter, and there can be some damage to that building. I was just taking it jokingly. I could not understand what he meant to say, Today I am realizing, yes, he was right. There can be impact on it. Due to water is there. Due to flow of water, for example, some particles from that building keep coming here, or our particles keep going, depending upon water pressure. So there can be impact on that building in both ways. Even if water goes there or comes from there, it can impact soil strata, it can impact soil or foundation state. Then now it says, let's say, for excavations in certain areas, mechanical excavation cannot be applied without ensuring about working lines or live lines. Hand excavation is carried out for resolution of applicable method of excavation. We discussed about as-built drawings, red lines, adjacent service lines. There may be information get from departments or government bodies or whoever are responsible for those records keeper. You get information from them. You find if you get information, in this area I want information, they give information that they have, even if that information you have or you don't have. If you have that, also fine, but don't depend upon that exclusively. You think that something is passing here. May not be passing here 2 meters away from that, yet remember that information is also was recorded by some persons like you and others. There is no guarantee that that location is exactly shown. So what should be done then? There is no way you can take machine in that area until you are sure there's no services underneath. If you do that, it will do at your risk. Maybe that service is very important for some plant facility, or there's some harm to someone. For that you will be liable. You will be liable, you will be punished, not only money-wise, but you may be jailed as well. Remember, this activity is excavation, but very responsible activity. If you damage electric cable, there may be high power electric cable below, and you short that, you fire that, you break that, it will impact all. There may be water pressure line, there may be firefighting line, there may be any damn service, gas line, you may say. Therefore, after getting these drawings, we have to move very carefully, and moving carefully means we have to work very slowly, and that procedure is called hand excavation. Hand excavation using shovels or fawadas or whatever ways you can, or water jetting, hydraulic water jetting, whatever way you want. You trial pit, excavate a trial pit at many locations where you think services are available, or you use detection equipment, detection to see where these services are moving in, like that. There are many electronic equipments these days, instruments these days. You can use them to see where it is possible to see that service running through, and you excavate manually using your own people, a specialist people for that. Do not run fast, gradually, because some services can be at 60 centimeters below, some services can be at 1 meter below, some services can be 1.5 meter below, or some services can be just near ground. We don't know. You have to find that on site, 1 pit here, 1 pit here, 1 pit here, and see if it is going in chain, like that. We say hand excavation. And this is about, say, we have to see that this I am calling hand excavation, and this item number 2 in this list. So that was item number 1 which I talked before. This item number 2 shall be linked later on this other item. Now it's item number 2 in this case, not general item. Location of relevant pits. Location of relevant pits, whether or not in line to record drawings. We have to make sure first that whatever drawings we got from relevant body, statutory body or operating authority, we have to make sure that this fits whether or not in line to record drawings. If it's okay, fine. Then has these locations been discussed with relevant services authority? We have to raise this question to ourselves. So first question is location of relevant pits, whether or not in line to record drawings. Whatever pit we are doing on site, that must be ensured that this is same one as is indicated on drawings. Then these locations been discussed with relevant bodies, service authorities. That's another question. Did we raise this when we met them, or we want another appointment to see what they are doing, what they speak about that? This is really exactly on this just for record purpose. And then has temporary permit been obtained if it lies in jurisdiction of operating authority, plant facility or whatever is there who control that service? That is third question. Then means has temporary permit been obtained? Then we can say has method statement been for such excavation been approved? These are all questions we have to ask ourselves first. Has method statement for such excavation been approved? If you are going to that, how shall we do? What shall be sequences and what shall be our control points and control activities in that sequence, in that procedure? And what's in indicative depth of excavation? Indicative depth, not acceptable. We don't know location of services until we know, cannot say this depth of excavation, and we have to trial pit and know that. Then question comes, are involved technician qualified for such significant operation? Because normal helper cannot do such kind of technical. This is actually technical excavation, or you can say research excavation, operational research excavation or discovery excavation. You may say that because this involves risks. There is a risk of explosion or break of service. So we need a technician for that who is well trained, who understands this. Either that person has to do himself, or he has to act closely supervised by dedicated presence on that location. This is another question. Then, is a direct excavation method using hand tools? Hand tools. These tools are, you may say, hand shovel or trowel, or you can say some other tool, pointed tools which can be used for that purpose depending on nature of soil. Depending on that, what backfill soil is there, or natural soil, or hard soil, soft soil. Generally it's not rock because services exist there, rock cannot be there. Just remember, it should be some soil. And what tool is best for that excavation? Manual, hand excavation in that localized area that we have to take decision of. There can be some, no electric tool, no mechanical tool, remember, until we are shown that no services, no live services access there. Cannot use mechanical equipment, is banned. If you use and cause accident, you shall land in jail or you will be punished. Then question comes, it is hydrojetting involvement or no hydrojetting involvement? Hydrojetting is a very powerful procedure. Pressured water is used to excavate localized. But that decision, I have not seen directly, but it can happen, not a big deal. That is your decision once you know, because even if there is jetting pressure, services will not be disturbed. Services will stay there, and you can say What precautionary methods have been adopted to protect unexpected accident? Unexpected accidents. What precautionary measures we have taken? That is very important point. Being experienced professional or experienced technician, and you have indicative information that such sort of services are available there or may be available there, then we should know what can happen if some mistake occurs, whether this can cause accident of fire, or this can cause accident of shutdown, or it can break here, say pressure water, and water can pool of here. You should know about that, and because you know that, then you can understand, you can chart out what precautionary measures. These are not 10 measures, or 1 or 2 measures would be adequate for that purpose. And that's just an indicative inclusionary question that must be in your mind. This may happen, and you have to take precautionary measures, precautionary methods to handle any emergency during that excavation of trial pit, or once you know trial pit exists, then whole connection between trial pits. Can say then, who shall supervise such delicate excavations? You have to decide on a technician or experienced person or yourself. You are expert. You have to stay there for a few hours. It will not take many days for trial pits. Hardly it will take 2 hours or 3 hours maximum. But it's very expensive, remember. It's very significant to laymen. Then question is follow-up procedure well defined? Is follow-up procedure well defined? You have to define, or someone has to define. If you have got some method with you, or you have to devise method, or your senior has to devise method, you have to see, is this worth? Or there is some missing information in that, or it is superfluous, or it is irrelevant, or it's not applicable. You have to first make sure before involving this with method statement of your submission. Because if you don't point out that, authority which has to be approval on that method, they will point out that. Better think first. Or if it is a repetition of method, no problem, you understand that case. Then is authority for live services, is authority for live services discovering intimation known? Authority for live services discovering intimation known. What it means? There is a live services. They must be knowing that, those operating authorities. They must be knowing that, because they must have same records, and if they don't have records, they must know it now, because people keep on changing. There can be misplacement of drawings or misplacement of references. That they must know now if they don't know. That's what I'm saying. We have to see and show that no. And if they know, then they would be cooperating with you also to discover that service. So then, is duration for diversion activity known? We have known there is a service. Let us assume that way. We have known, and we have access to either operating authority or statutory authority that controls that service. And we have to talk to them. If they say no, leave it, generally they won't say that, because they don't want services in control of some other area, so they will say no, we want to divert this service. Or they instruct us to divert depending on contract or contractors. Generally they divert themselves, it happens, because the question of service, live service, they divert themselves practically. And if it happens, then they will tell you it will take so many days, which you can consider in your program. So you can say duration for diversion activity we have to know. Now it says method of maintaining services production known. If we have to do it, say a small service, we say no, you do yourself, no problem, it's your contract and there's no risk in doing that. then we have to see, can you maintain that in case we divert that? Or it's not divert, it's just you keep protected. You say you keep it protected, they explain to you method, or if you know, you tell them this way, both can reach some conclusion. Then what measures to be adopted in case of failure to protect? What measures to be adopted in case of failure to protect? You were given responsibility of protection, or they themselves are protecting. In either case, there is a failure. Ultimately, it's your area. You are exposed. You have to suffer because of that. In that case, what you can say, it's a kind of emergency, non-emergency. And how will you maintain? How will you handle? How that authority will handle, or that operating person will handle? That you have to decide pre-stage. What methods you shall take depending on what contract you have, or what the rules say. That means you should be ready for that. These are very small points, but sometimes these are very important points. Then, shall such services interruption impact plant operation? Big point. It's very big point. Such services interruption to impact upon plant operation is a question. They may be small service, let us say electric cable, let us say pressure water pipe, which both are supplying their services to a big plant. If it's something wrong happens here, this stops performance operation of plant. That is a big question mark. Interruption to plant operation, big question mark. Remember, it's not exclusive in your hands. You have to keep that in mind, and don't take responsibility in that case. That's what solution is. Shall information to police be required? Of course, yes, we have, because result is possible accident, possible jeopardy. It will jeopardize that area and operation of plant. Big question mark. So what it says then, after excavation progresses, further checks need be performed at various stages in deep excavation. Now, what we see, what points actually we have done this? Hand excavation, item number 2. Let's repeat. These are very important points to understand, because I have spoken in length, but points we have to understand. It says, let us say, location of relevant pits, whether or not in line to record drawings. This was one consideration, one question. Then we had, has these locations been discussed with relevant service authority? This was another question, second question. And then question was, has temporary permit been obtained? It's also a question to yourself. Means it's a kind of checklist, you can say. Has method statement for such excavation been approved? That's also a good point. Means method statement, very important document. And what is indicative depth of excavation? The question is, are involved technicians qualified for such significant operation? Also a big question. If you don't have, you cannot do that. Is it direct excavation method using hand tools, or it is hydrojetting involvement? Big question. Hydrojetting means it's complete plant, you have to procure to do that. Which one is better, hand excavation or hydrojetting? Then what precautionary methods have been adopted to protect unexpected accident? That is also a major question. Who shall supervise such delicate excavation, and is follow-up procedure well defined? follow a procedure, and is authority for live services discovering intimation known, or is duration for diversion activity known, is method of maintaining services production known, what measures to be adopted in case of failure to protect, shall such services interruption impact on plant operation, shall information to police be required. That were our questions to be considered on hand excavation method. Though it looks very funny that it's only hand excavation, but questions are many. And after excavation progresses, further checks need be performed at various stages. In deeper excavation requiring benching, additional checks would be required. This was about hand excavation. I think you may be clear about superficiality of my talk. I did not talk in depth, but informatively, because it works in field like that. There may be few questions we have to consider. There may be few we don't have, depending upon what soil is there, or we don't have such problem. We just can handle without that. It depends upon location of that, which project is. Hence, these are all measures we have information we can handle. If we don't have information, we cannot handle. Then checklist for formation, item 3, formation. Checklist for formation level, we can say that's very beginning of project work. After excavation is done, that's first technical name, formation, where we have to form our work start. Excavation is not physical work, it's work to excavate and form a ground level for work to start physically. Let us see what it says. We have to see that point. It says, let us consider like this, again in question form. Has formation approximately reached, which can be checked by reduced level flying from fixed datum benchmark RL, reduced level RL. We have established on site some benchmark which has been taken from GPS system, vertical controls, because levels means vertical controls, and coordinates means horizontal control. We are controlling levels here, reduced levels, which are final levels for setting up something. So we have one benchmark on our project, which is relative benchmark, and we can even call it 00, or we can call whatever we want. It is not actual benchmark, but for purpose of measurement, vertical measurement, we establish it, because if we use actual level, that would be inconvenient for use. So what we say, third party can fly that level from GPS standards, from actual level to your site, and you can fix that as a reference line. You may call it 0 or 100 depending on your convenience, and from there onwards you can use your local values of levels. So this is has information approximately reached, which can be checked by the reduced levels as RL flying from fixed datum. So let's go to further question. Question is this reduced level or RL applicable to formation level or to foundation blinding bottom level? Which is formation level? That is not the question. We have to consider all this. Then has factual SBC, has factual safe bearing capacity, noted as SBC, been confirmed either by plate load test or by some other applicable load test? This is another question. So we have 3 questions and many more questions. Let's consider questions for the whether formation is in water or it is in moist conditions. Does soil below dry? Does soil show dry area conditions? A question also is, has dewatering activity been continuously working, if so applicable. Then question is, has field density test at formation level been conducted? Is another question. And does soil need improvement either by replacement or by some other suitably optimized method? Is another question. The question is soil improvement indicated on project structural drawings? This is a further question, depends on your designer. Or we say, has shoring been in place during excavation progress? Or is soil supporting system safe for workers? Our question is, can formation compaction be conducted conveniently? The question is soil condition indicating a stronger soil than as specified? Our question is it economical to recommend redesign of foundation? Our question is, can equipment safely move to formation and work efficiently for various purposes? The question is, have various grids been erected in place temporarily for verification of structural access? Or if soil improvement is not required, can blinding prepared works move? These are certain questions which must be taken into consideration before jumping into progressive work. These are, we can say there are many questions, but in fact, if you have experienced, these are nothing. To be very frank. Now, for example, we are saying formation approximately reached. Means we have reached formation. The question is, has formation approximately reached, which can be checked by reduced levels flying from our fixed datum on site. We usually, when we excavate, we temporarily level, somebody levels that, surveyor levels that and see, okay, up to that depth you excavate and leave that. It generally happens. We don't actually excavate, and excavator cannot do that. And we reach somewhere, say, okay, we'll maintain after that. And what happens actually if excavator, either you excavate more or less, this generally happens by errors or by sometimes happen, you have excavated 30 centimeter more than required, or you have to address 10 centimeter. It generally happens. That's a question you have to consider here. Means we actually should reach our level we have to work on for purpose of dressing, purpose of reaching, making formation. That level must be there, and we have to work later on that. The question is this RL applicable to formation level or to foundation blinding bottom level? That you have to decide. It doesn't matter, it should be there itself. And blinding, actually I understand, is very important activity. Blinding concrete means we have to remove unevenness of that formation level, and all activities must be taken before blinding. To start with, blinding means blind that surface, means don't leave any unevenness or any eyes open. It should be well prepared for purpose of waterproofing treatment or for other soil production, concrete production from soil. So this is that to this level. And you can say, has factual SBC been confirmed either by plate load test or by some other applicable load test? This is very big underlined question here. I did not underline, but in talk I am saying very big question that must be underlined and considered, because what happens sometimes, investigation is done for soil and bearing capacity is recommended. This bearing capacity is we consider, and soil must have this. If you adopt this foundation, means there is a conditional design because of some reasons, because this is heavy structure, or there is a, we cannot freely accept this if this condition is not met. So in that case, there is a condition given in a specification that we have to make sure on site that you achieve this much bearing capacity minimum at this level. You cannot leave that undone. We don't do it. Cannot ignore that. That is the case where you have to check bearing capacity, and it happened with me also. No need to tell now, but it happened. So you just at that level of formation, or even if it's applicable before that also you can check, in case there is a chances of raising foundation. You know raising foundation. Suppose you have a target of certain bearing capacity and you have to go at least say 2 meters below, 1.5 meters below, or some 1.2 meter below in ordinary foundations. But you say no, we are getting that bearing capacity because of rock or because of a reason 30 centimeters before that level. Means if it permits, you get that bearing capacity 20 or 30 centimeter upper level than formation level. And this adequate insertion, adequate embedment of foundation in that. Why to go below then? Question arises. Why should I excavate 20 centimeter more or 30 centimeter more when I am getting my soil parameters, design parameter at this level? So you have to make sure you get it by plate load test, bringing a truck in and testing, finding K factor and then reaching value of expected or equivalent bearing capacity through methods. Or you have to excavate more in case you don't get it. Both ways you have to ensure that you are getting that safe bearing capacity, and if you get, that's fine. If you don't get, then you have to contact your designer. There's a problem, so either design is varied or some other. He that may say no, you improve this soil. This is a possibility. In that case also you have to excavate more for improvement of soil. That's what they have. So we can say then SBC is handled that way. Means there's no fixed solution here. It depends upon this. It consumes your time as well. So it's a time factor, cost factor, and all this. I will say, of course, it will not impact upon budget because this factor must have been taken by contractor and designer into consideration while designing. Because this soil explosive, what he must have gone through. If he has not gone through the soil investigation report, then it's a mistake of designers. We'll go further. Then you have done load test and got handle this FCC. Then whether formation is in water or it is in moist condition. Of course, it relates to bearing capacity. If there's water in moist condition or in laminar flow or in stored flow like porous soil or something, but in generally where bearing capacity is considered, clay is not considered. In fact, clay doesn't directly play a role when you see this sandy soil or there is granular soil or there is rock. So SBC is in question. So question of clay is rare. But moist conditions are there. What level of moisture is there, we can assess very easily. That's not a problem. So if there is a fill required, preparation of base required, we can do it. Fill of concrete or some other, or we can leave it and take care during blinding itself. It has to be done in such cases where dressing in one level is not possible. And we cannot backfill also due to reason that 2, 3 centimeter, 4 centimeter, 5 centimeter backfill is not permissible. If you do that, that's a mistake. The specifications generally say that if there's an extra excavation of some concern, you take care while you do blinding or fill with concrete. Less strength concrete, low strength concrete, fill with that. There is no way that you fill soil and compact that layer. That's not permissible. This common sense also you can say. Then you say, so water is there or not there, we are seeing. And if there is water, you have to pump out that water, no other way. If there is a granular material, water is there, simply make some pit, collect the water in that, and submerged pump is used to take out water from there. Not a big deal. You have to keep that dewatering system until you come out of foundations. The soil show dry area condition. This is very easy, means nothing difficult in that. If it's dry area, it's fine, means you have easy work. Has dewatering activity been done? So we have discussed dewatering. Has field density test at formation. So we have done field density test if it is required. Sometimes we have excavated and we have tested bearing capacity. We have tested bearing capacity fine. If not, then we have to test field density. In case you are not required to test bearing capacity, field density must be tested before starting concrete work. But people do generally forget it. Does soil need improvement either by replacement or by some other suitably optimized method? That is most important point. If you have to do it, means maybe you have to remove some portion, say 30 centimeters, 300 mm or more, because of dirty soil, organic soil, or there are this possibility that plantation may occur. You have to remove that portion, fill with granular material, so that connection between that organic natural soil is removed to your foundation. There's an isolation of that one, and your granular fill material acts as water permeable medium and filter, so there can be no capillary action by that soil. That capillary action breaks at lower layer of granule fill and doesn't impact upon your foundation. You can see that. You can use soil replacement, you can use some other method, chemical methods if required, depends upon expertise or what you get recommendations from manufacturers of those, or some other treatment. There are various methods available in the market. We can deal with that separately. This is some checklist I am doing, that's why I am not bringing that into this. There is soil improvement indicated on project structural drawing. If it's indicated, you have to do that. There is no way out. If this is indicated on design drawings, then you cannot decide yourself. You have to do that. Then has shoring been in place during excavation? It depends on, we have to support the soil, loose soil or clay or something. You have to support that for purpose of excavation, or a soil supporting system safe for workers, or a self-contained soil, self-supporting soil. In some cases it is, but there is always danger, so we have to be careful about that. While we work, we have to keep little distant from that vertical line until we re-rise ourselves, and we keep up on the ground to say 1 meter, relax for 2 meters. If it's in deep, then we have to take precautionary measures. We have to do in benching, otherwise it's not possible. And there is no chance of benching. We have to use seed piling method or some other method, so that collapse is avoided, subsidence is avoided. Soil cannot cave in. People have to be protected. Can formation compaction be conducted conveniently? No, this is actually start of real work. Can formation compaction be conducted conveniently? Generally, people have ignore this. Though they think if you are just moving machine on that formation during excavation, this compactors have. There's misconception. The excavator is moving and that many times it's come out and go in, trucks are going in and compaction is done. That's correct. No, it's not correct. There is misconception behind that. We have to do it. Once you have leveled that one, you spray water, leveled, dressed properly, you have to do compaction on that, even if there is no fill. That compaction is a must to get FDD. Otherwise, you are leaving a defect in your foundation work. Then showing that shoring the soil supporting system safe for workers. I have discussed that one going in now. Can formation compactions, we have done compaction, plate compactor or roller. You can bring a roller also. It doesn't make a difference. Both you can use. As far as you achieve field dry density, 98% minimum it should be, because it's structural base. Even if it's more, it's fine. It can be more also if you have improved soil, or your design engineer mix, your engineer design, engineered fill it is, you may give more than 98%, more than 100%. In some cases you can. Then is soil condition indicating stronger soil than, as we have discussed, that means if it's stronger soil, it's good luck, no problem. And if it is fine, is economically recommend redesign, Well, I think redesign is recommended, can be recommended, but we have to keep time factor also. If it saves, say, some height of foundation, then we raise foundation. But if it takes 1 month in design or 15 days in design, I think we should avoid that, because it will be cost of design, then cost of time, because every day is expensive. Maybe you hold your work, which is not good state. You should not hold your work because of many complexities in contextual conditions. And if they say you raise this and there is saving, they will say give back our saving. So you are not going to gain anything in that. But it depends. If you can do. If you cannot do, don't talk of that. Better digest that. Otherwise, happens when we raise about 50 centimeter in one project. I was happy. Okay, we have. My senior was saying, why don't you excavate? I said, there is no need of excavation. We can continue because we have completed specification design. So when we were meeting and consulting, we said, okay, why don't you raise it something? Why are you going so deep in foundation? We agreed with that. But then say, we have saved this money. We are taking back this money. Why you are taking? No, because you have saved it, or we compensated that money in some other items. This happens, take this way, this way. So better avoid that. They will not give you any benefit of that. And you are a contractor, you should think of yourself rather than thinking of client or thinking of your consultant. So time is more important, just like you said, time, cost and quality are more important than some other parameters. So what I said, a stronger soil, forget it then. Is it economical to recommend redesign or forget that as well? Can equipment safely move to formation and work efficiently for various purposes? You have to decide on site what type of ramp you are giving to that, if there is access to a ramp, or what sort of work you are doing, what's the depth of that. Every point requires to be considered, because start of job is difficult, it's not easy. Once you start your system, your project, then everybody can work on that. Car is to be manufactured first, everybody can drive that. It's same thing, start a project, starting consumes time, hard work, and then whoever is there can run that. Then various grids being erected in places temporarily for verification of structural access. This is very important point. Just we forget sometimes because of inexperience. Depend on axis of building. We call this grids and then axis. For example, you might have seen on A, B, C, D, E, or 1, 2, 3 other axes, and we establish one grid axis, means a center line of both or middle point of this way and that way. Those grids are actually control point of your locations of all other structural grids. That must be considered all time. Do not think I take this measurement from this column and then go to that column and then go to the. Do not do that stupidity. Control point is grid axis, which you can say both ends are equal area, x-axis and y-axis both ends, and that measurement should be made, should be taken, setting out should be taken from that point all time, every floor, every grid, so that if there's an error, it's not caused in other one. If you caught error from one column to other, and then you may count millimeters of error, you accumulate to centimeters. So control point is to be decided. Then you can say what I usually call horizontal control and vertical controls. Controls are important. So for grid systems, horizontal control, both axes. Then have various grids been erected in place temporarily for verification of the structural access. And then if soil improvement is not required, can blinding preparatory works move? That you and supervisor both have to decide. Supervisor, I mean, is that person supervising your project, consultant, or anyone. You have to see if you can continue now, and that will be called start of concreting. So we'll go to now item number 4, which is start of concrete item, and that's called blinding. or you may call here clean concrete. Standard was blinding. So blinding we have to start, which is not very much structural concrete, but whatever it is to be done as basis, and basis is always important. If base is not good, there's a defect somewhere, irreparable defect, non-remedial defects if your base is not good. So what does it state? Let us say, let me take some drop of water before I dry my throat, and then talk off because hot is now, I think 19 degrees, 4 o'clock. So must be, let me put some water, hot water. Okay. Ensure formation is well prepared. This I am now talking blinding item, in which I am taking item number 4. This is ensure formation is well prepared. You have already done work on that. You have to make sure that what you did is right. Now, whether or not, question is whether or not anti-termite treatment is specified. Now, you have to go through your drawings and specifications. You may find it somewhere if it's required. Maybe on drawings, in fact, if it's required, you have to apply it. You have to call applicator of that item, and that applicator will apply termite treatment, and then you immediately have to cover that. Then you have to say, if required, apply treatment through a specialist. Marking of blinding areas. Okay, that portion is done, because that treatment cannot be kept open or exposed for many days. You are required to work on that immediately. Marking of blinding areas. You have formation level well compacted, completely ready after a field is over, and then you have to, because there is working area also in that, so you cannot blind working area. If you blind that area also, you will consume more concrete. So you have to mark that area for purpose of blinding. That's question, that's a procedure. Then you can say you have to apply batten forms of lines of area duly fixed. Now after marking, you have to put your small formwork, small height formwork, or battens, timber battens can be placed there on that lines, because blinding is not more than 50 mm in general. Generally 50 mm. In rare cases 75 mm or 100 mm. 50 mm is okay, but because it is blinding, somewhere there are pits or some, you have to fill in them also. So you will find 50 mm, some places you will find 75 mm, and somewhere you may find local areas 100 mm. So you have to be ready for that. After marking of blinding areas, battens you have put in there to form a shutters, temporary shutters, and then arrangement of blinding top profile. It's very important. Bottom profile is to be hidden, top profile is exposed one. It should be rough as well as smooth enough. I am not recommending rough, but it should be smooth enough to receive, you can say, your bitumen or layer membrane of waterproofing, or layer that acts as waterproofing as well as protective layer of concrete from attack of soil chemicals or soil water, that layers. So it should be in between, very rough, not very rough and not very smooth, but where you can apply your membrane. Then pattern, then whether or not blinding pour is by RMC, that is a question. Can you get that from RMC? It's nice. And if so, whether or not pump is required. Generally Blinding concrete is spread around everywhere, but quantity is very small, and grade is also very small. And batching plants, if it's public one or not yours, then they supply to many vendors, not to you alone. Then they will not be accepting to change their system for every day, 1 hour or 2 hour. So it depends upon you get from them. If you get from them, fine. It may be M20 sometimes, M25, depending on what grade it is. And if they agree with pump, it's beautiful, means you have to use pump and do it. Otherwise, it will find difficulty in doing concrete. Then ensure required strength of concrete pour gang. Quantity tells you how many people you need, how many persons, masons and helpers you need for that. If concrete is done by pumping, of course you will need less number of people, lesser strength. If you do not know where to mix on site, because this is blinding, can be accepted to mix on site, it's not a big deal. If you are well having this complete trial mix with you and you have weight design with you, generally for in interest of job, these RMC people, they provide you, because it's never more than, you say you have to do 200 square meter and thickness is 0.05 or 5 centimeter. You know what quantity it is. Maybe one truck is enough sometime. For big area, hardly. And if it's you are doing one go, or you are doing, because there is no construction joint in blinding, there is no problem as such. It's just the fill type. So you can do it in many. This part we do that part we. Then so we can give you just at end of the 2 cubic meter or 5 cubic meter. You can get and do it. So this is not a structural problem actually. You can say ensure required strength of concrete pour gang, and then ensure post concrete curing arrangement. That's important, but it's not very critical arrangement, it's normal arrangement. Then sometimes the guards are available on site. You can say, okay, just put some water in night or in early morning. They can do it, and because it's not structural concrete, you can continue on that. Will not big issue. You need not wait for 70 days for this. Then you can say ensure tools for smooth finish are available. Curing and tools, because you have to not means a power flow this, but you have to finish to an extent that there's no problem in putting on this, applying water proofing membrane, that much it should be, and then for that you have to finish it accordingly. Do not finish very much also, just normally, and means you have to avoid some depressions or some roughness. This is easy going for application of waterproof bit material. Then smooth finish. Then plan sequence of pour. You have to do how many sequence you need. Plan pump locations that you have to do when you are getting pump, if so, or you have to go by crane, that depends. Plan concrete delivery frequency, means there are not so many trucks, even then you can, if you agree with ready mix supplier. Ensure that pour is not unreasonably delayed when anti-termite treatment is applied, so you have to cover that immediately, and ensure that area is constantly kept dry during work. So this is checklist of blinding concrete. Then concrete protection, checklist for concrete protection or waterproofing item number 5 in this list. This is not public list, this is my list, so it's not your item, it's just a reference item, and we have to see that. I will have to see for some minutes and see how it works already. So it is checklist for concrete protection, waterproofing. Now what we have to think about that? In this item, concrete protection, waterproofing, we have to see, ensure that blinding is well cured for a minimum of 3 days. So this is not a big deal. because you are not ready with your foundations. It will take time, so 3 days can be digested even if it's more, and water can be placed even after that. Ensure whether or not surface is smooth. It, we have talked of that, but in this checklist we are talking again before application of concrete production. And apply repairs if required. That's important. If surface is not properly leveled or properly smoothened, something where you can see in future waterproofing layers are punctured or cannot be, means you have to apply some repair if possible. And ensure all battens or forms removed after your concrete or blinding is done. Naturally you have to remove them. Whether it's cold or hot application, yes, it depends upon that. It's very important point, cold or hot, because there are two types of waterproofing. One is torch one and other one is not torch one, with just direct application. If it's oil area where less of plant and some, there are chances of fire because there is evaporation of gases in that area. If it's a process area in any plant, and they won't permit you torch. They will say no, apply cold one. That you have to understand, cold or torch one. Torch is not specified for that area. Torch is for normal area. There is no risk to fire or vapor ablaze. Then, can specialist application be proceeded? Alright, you have to decide all these points, which are curing or blinding, surface is smooth, repairs if required, battens removal or forms removal, cold or application, and specialist application to move further or to proceed further. These are points for blinding. Points for waterproofing, and waterproofing you have to apply. Now waterproofing is applied, you have done it, then whatever test is required, that can be done. Not big, it's a very ordinary test for that, but application should be smooth, should not be, if some bubbles are coming up or some storm, that's not applicable, that's not accepted. It should be well connected to, means bonded to, you can say, blinding concrete. It should be permanent there, not come up. There's some pressure also, air blowing test, some test can be conducted by material quality engineers. Now we are going to foundation or footings, preparatory works. This is item number 6. I have about many items, there's more than 20, which will talk one by one. So this is number 6, and this is checklist for foundation, footings, preparatory works, what it says. Now we have many sequences in that, and I'm going to speak first all the sequences, and following that we'll discuss today with this. Okay, some more, 1 hour still more. It's ensure whether or not protection applied on concrete. Protection applied on concrete, we have to be sure first before proceeding foundation works. Everybody has to make sure that it is correctly done. Then ensure setting out for foundation in line with drawings, because you have done membrane application on your lining. You have to re-enhance your setting line. Your surveyor is responsible, because you are going to put shutters and steel on that. And also one more thing I have to tell before foundations, which is not generally taken as separate application. When we are doing this waterproofing, which I missed actually, my mistake, I should have told you, we have to protect that membrane before doing foundation. And for horizontal protection, we have to apply a thin layer of mortar on that surface. On vertical surfaces, there's a different treatment. On horizontal surface, this is horizontally laid. On blinding, so we have to protect that membrane also. So in drawings itself is mentioned that you apply a protective cement mortar layer on that, or If it's cement water, fine, we can mix water and apply on that. Or if there's some other specification given, you have to follow that before starting foundation. So I missed that one in writing, so I'm just telling you this is that one. Protective coating or protective flooring or protective whatever you say mortar, you can say, that we have to spread on all this waterproofing except portion which has to go vertically. We have to go vertical because we have applied proofing. We have to leave some waterproofing you can say outside that blinding, so we can overlap with other membrane and bring to vertical position. And so we have to take care. This mortar has to be applied only for horizontal area, not for that has to come up in vertical position. So that's what we have to do. So we say setting out on foundations. Now we have to proceed after we have done this protective membrane mortar. Then we have to ensure reinforcing bars are fabricated and assembled to specifications which go parallel activity. Actually, when you are doing this work, people work on fabric cutting, bending and fabricating these foundations, and in many cases they assemble also in yard. If these individual footings or independent footings, which generally in urban projects, though you have your choice, but they, for ease of work, they just keep them fabricated well, only that they don't put in their vertical bars of columns. So these are ready already. Then you have to see, ensure the formworks are footings match designs. Of course, these are also prefabricated for isolated footings and with dimensions, vertical dimensions, vertical sides. Horizontal is not required in this case because there is already concrete and protection, and also top is not required. So this is open boxes, you can say, 4 side boxes or whatever sides are there. Then you may say that these are all to be assembled on side, these sides. Ensure formwork of footing match. Ensure then formworks are true to plummet after fixing, means ensure rebars are properly placed and fixed. So you have to fix formwork of sides, and you have to bring your cages of foundation rebars with your cover blocks fixed with them. And it's very fast work actually, only some time is taken by your foundation vertical foot sides of footings to connect them, to put supports on them, because these are not generally very high. Some foundation is 30 centimeter thickness, some is 40, some is 50, some is 60. So these can be handled with convenience, with no major problem, and it's not many meters, and it's when many meters we have different procedure. So we can fix these sides independently. If there's foundation beams, if they are such, take them independently and do work, and we put in your reinforcement cages in, and layout for, we do layout for columns and put starter bars of columns. This is general. So it is ensure formworks of footings, match design, then ensure rebars are properly placed and fixed, ensure formworks are true to plumb and lines, and ensure concrete spacers or concrete covers, whether plastic or concrete mix, are placed well. I will generally not recommend plastic covers for foundations, because sometimes diameters are considerable size, and these plastic covers are not very strong. Maybe these are made of MDPE, not HDPE, and even if it's HDPE, depends on whether it's sustainable of foundations. On sides, no problem, but particularly below main steel of gauge, there are chances that your plastic covers crush under loads. When people work, they stand on that and they apply vibrator. Chances are this way around. So it's better to just cast some covers of this mortar or 12 mm aggregate, 6 mm aggregate, and use them for at least heavy position, if not on sides. If used on sides, also not a big issue, because it's natural material of concrete, and plastic is not natural material for that. And you can say each ensure concrete spacers, spaces where the plastic concrete mix are placed well, and ensure whether or not cathodic protection required. cathodic protection required. You know, it's a cathodic protection. It's very important item in certain areas or certain plants, which may not be buildings only, but in certain facilities plants, this is very important item, and that's called cathodic protection. There's a connection of cathode and anode. Anode means at local area we put anode, and cathode is placed in central area from where we can control, we prevent oxidation on steel even after concrete is done. Even in hardened concrete steel rebars can be protected from corrosion. In fact, when we use cathodic protection circuit in that portion, that's very important. Means we cannot allow our reinforcing bars inside concrete to be rusted, and that is called cathodic protection. Means in every foundation you have to use, there are two ways: critical cathodic protection, or superficial, or you can say ordinary one. If there is a way that you put an anode in some vertical member, anode is a big term, you have to put that before concreting. And this other one, this is very critical for ordinary buildings. It's not going to top higher, it's not going to different where you can say there's need of safety, more safety. But where there's no need of much safety, ordinary building, then they would say that just put a wire there in stub column, and that can be connected to, means there's a point in the wire and connection with somebody else. That's called normal cathodic protection or non-critical. And there's a critical, you need a node to be fixed in that area. Hardly there may be 2 or 3 such points in one major foundation, which is good one. But it depends on what sort of that item was. Your item is what sort of anodic protection you have, and this you understand what I'm talking about. Means this is a great technology of cathodic protection, which you must be aware of. If you are okay, fine. If you're not, you now understand that. You can open Google and see what is cathodic protection. Complete details will find. So this we do there. Then you say provide if so required, followed by continuing check. Means you have to provide that protection. If it's given a design, it means you must have purchased that, it's available, and you have to, before you are closing that, you have to ensure the voltage flow is accepted, that whatever voltage is shown in that, by if you take a voltmeter loose inside and see whether or not there's a connection, there's a connectivity between all those steel bars. Because there's a break in continuity of these bars, you will find that this is either not working or this is one to run. This point you have to understand. So cathodic protection is that item. Anodic protection, anodic and cathodic connection, actually it is not simply cathodic protection, but we call it cathodic protection. So, and one more thing I tell you here, because we are talking, means if you are not using cathodic protection, there are some areas where you cannot do, because you are doing sun customers, you have decided to say epoxy bars for reinforcement, then you cannot use cathodic protection, because cathodic protection means there must be a touch on wire through any means, and that the touch on wire or touch on steel rod is an issue. Means you cannot say just go blindly do that. So cathodic protection is there. I'll go further to cathodic protection is a very important item as far as I'm concerned, because I use it in life on a plant, and if you use epoxy coated, then you cannot use cathodic protection. It's then provide if so required, followed by continuity check. So I have told you continuity of these bars you have to check, because there's a complete check, complete KGI wire on that, which goes through clips on each bar. Each bar is clipped and wire passes through that. It's called continuity on each bar, and all bars must be affected by that current flow of voltage through to cathode or anode on site. And if even one bar is missed from that, it will not add to performance, it will deplete performance. So this connection check is very important. And then we go now to next one, that is check footings, alignments better in grid references. Alignments, now footings, alignments, we are now jumping onto control our structures, that basis. Just I said access based measurements, access based controls we should do. for all alignments in grids. And then we check footing top levels. You have seen alignment check, and you fixed all supports and connectivity of alignment at top level, and bottom is already there. After that, you have to fix levels of concrete, top level of concrete. You can use whatever method, ordinary method, or you can put some cut timber, small pieces like beads there. So no more concrete, no more additional concrete is cost, only that much which is given in designs. So that is what we have to, this is called vertical control. And horizontal control, fixing of nail marks, or say fix of some timber pieces, small pieces, so that machine should not go beyond. This is called vertical controls. And horizontal controls, that you have fixed your fix your dimensions through your axis, taking from axis how many meters it is, and putting dimension fixed, and then you are checking your vertical controls. You are checking your slumps, plumb up on sides, and that's generally. And diagonal check can be done on those footings if you feel this some error. So you may say that top levels are fixed. And supporting system, you have to check, be sure that doesn't open. If dimension is 60 centimeters base or 80 centimeters base, there can be error on that. So you wait until you get cleared off. Then can say supporting system, a formwork you have checked. Then ensure concrete production is not damaged during preparatory works. Of course, you have to check that, but for damage, yes, there's a chances that vertical portion projecting out of that portion may damage. You have to think of that one. After that, make sure that safe access to all footings and a strong working platform for working and vibrator is erected before inspection for pouring concrete, because people will walk on them, your people will walk on them, or even in some cases wheelbarrows may be required there to reach that access. If you don't have pump, all times pump can be used. If you are getting concrete pump, that's fine, mobile pump you can get, and you can do station that pump somewhere at home so that it covers all footings. If that's a possibility, fine. Otherwise, you have to use cover method. I mean, so where you use covers and concrete. Concrete means this is directly received from batching plant and through loader after slump and temperature clearance, and it reaches site. Okay, if this transmission reaches site, fine, you can receive that concrete. If you don't find that method, then you have to be sure about that. So what it says that your access to that level, to that portion of foundation must be clear. It should not be disturbed. Support should not be disturbed. Firing is a formwork should not be disturbed. Clear access must be there. Even if you are using pump, only pump can be said, but public has to move, crew has to move from one location to other location, and that's what it says, that you have to be careful about that. Then vibrator placement, where to place, why we must have some platform for people to stand there, work there. All this is required, though we are talking about that, but it's not difficult assignments to do that. People will do themselves once they are trained. So make sure that is safe access to all footings and strong working platform for workers, and vibrators erected before inspection for pouring concrete. Then check water hose pipe is available to all foundations, and that's very important to work on that before flashlighting and others. And after that is that check water hose pipe is available to all foundations. Check curing arrangements are made available. It may be hose curing or some other pump curing, and specific for concrete covers. In certain cases, thicker covers is specified in foundations for stub column portion, for which extra size of stub need executed. Ensure that care is taken thereof for construction joint. Now let's read again. This is item number 6. So you just grasp what we talked of, which is very important. And I was still, I think, 40 minutes more. Ensure whether or not protection applied on concrete production. Then ensure setting out foundations in line with drawings. Ensure reinforcing bars are fabricated and assembled to specification requirement. Ensure formworks of footings match designs. Ensure rebars or reinforcing bars are properly placed and fixed. Ensure formworks are true to plumb and lines. Ensure concrete spacers, whether plastic or concrete mix, are placed well. Ensure whether or not cathodic protection is required. Provide so required, followed by continually check footings alignments, better in grid references, check footing top levels, check supporting system of formwork, sides, ensure concrete protection is not damaged during preparatory works, make sure that safe access to all footings and strong working platform for workers and vibrator is erected before inspection for pouring concrete. Check water hose pipe available to all foundation and check curing arrangements are made available and specific for concrete covers. In certain cases, thicker covers are specified for column portions for which extra size of snub needed. Executed. Ensure that care is taken care of for okay. Now this was about your foundations. We'll now talk of stub columns after that. I think some people have joined. I was on some other page. Mr. Krupp, you are welcome. Mr. Mahendra, you are welcome. Mr. Kishan Lal Kupra, you are welcome. Mr. Ram Kumar, join. Mr. Bhavar Lal Jones, welcome. Who's there else? Let me see. Alright, well, I'll now speak about these columns. Checklist for stub columns, and I think you know what I'm talking about. Those stub column. A stub column, if you are not clear about that, this is some different term. It's column actually, it's not different. Portion of column embedded in foundation. Portion of column embedded in foundation in earth and is part of structure. Means portion from footing top to plinth level, you can say, or ground level. That small portion is called stub column. If it is in basement, and a small portion up to it comes to basement level. So it depends, it may be 1 meter, sometimes it may be 1.5 meters. It depends, means 2 meters, some cases where there is different depth, and we take up to plinth or finished floor level. So this is that one, some column, but this is start of that. This is starter column also, you can say. Some people call this starter column. No problem, you can call by whatever name. So this is checklist for stub columns, preparatory works. So let me read first what it says, item number 7, and we will confer later on. And I would also suggest, if those who are viewing this or will view, if you want to raise some question, you can call about this topic, or you can write on comments. If I find suitable, I would respond, because this is professional work. Alright, no problem. Ensure setting out for stub columns in line with drawings requirements. Setting out just like we did for footing. We have to ensure again and again setting out. You cannot say once we fix, we have to blindly follow. That I take from footing edge and find my location. That is wrong. You have to go back to your control points, and from there you have to establish locations every time. Otherwise you will find the location is wrong. Because there can be error inside, though we started with correct measurement, maybe it displaced. For 2 seconds during hopping, it displaced, what can we do? So ensure setting out for stub columns in line with drawing requirements, and then Ensure that reinforcing parts are fabricated and assembled to specific requirements as said before, and then these bars are properly placed, fixed and cleaned. Then ensure proper touch-up paint applied on epoxy coated bars if so included, and this is a point of epoxy coated bars because epoxy during work two bars can rub each other or somebody hits the miss, some portion of that epoxy coating is removed. It happens. So there's a paint also available. If you are using those epoxy bars, you can keep touching every time before these are placed on site. And even after it's placed, if you see some hole is there, some scratch is there, you can apply on epoxy. But it's not difficult, only its question is you have to increase length of overlap of every bar, but epoxy coating is very good as far as there's no rust, and it's sometimes green color you can see. Exactly, I saw epoxy coated on green color bars. So I am not sure also our companies or manufacturers or steel companies are providing them, but it is good to control corrosion problem on that. So we have to keep in mind this. Then to say, as I said, ensure rebars are properly placed and fixed and cleaned, and as usual, as we said in columns, this will be done here after fabrication of reinforcement and assembly. Then ensure proper touch-up paint. As I said, we can do that touch-up paint on epoxy bars before these are embedded in concrete if there is epoxy steel. Otherwise, as there's no problem, then you have to see that bars are not rusted. You have to remove rust if there is rust. And ensure proper touch-up paint. Okay. Then ensure construction joint is correctly scabbled or chipped or hacked. This is an important point. What is construction joint here? We have to be careful. In this case, we are doing stub columns starting from top of footing. You know, in portion where there is a steel reinforcement in that bar where we put starter columns and footing embedded in, and those starter bars are now going to be embedded in concrete when we cast this stub columns. That portion of square where this starter bars are coming, you have to chip them clearly because you did not do that during the concrete. You will chip them, expose them to aggregates and remove that small quantity of chipping, and you have this rough portion of stub columns. This rough portion you have to concrete, but it's difficult to concrete for one, let's say 2 or 3. You can get 2-3 times from the shop and get it done twice or thrice time will take. So that's construction joint. You can say you have to chip out or scabble. You can scabble with the scabble instrument also if you cannot chip manually. Tick is a machine, also scabbling machine. You can remove that in the square rectangle size of column completely. You are loose and expose aggregates. Clean it completely. Very nice it should look. This quality, and then you provide your stub column formwork, and you have to finish all your rings also before that. Before providing shuttering to this stub, you have to place your rings, half spacing of rings and half spacing. First ring should be at half space, then other spacing up to, you can say, overlapping the ring of starter columns. There you can do that, and after this scabbling and the scales, and if there is any cathodic protection, remember in epoxy coating there will be no cathodic protection, but if it's not epoxy coating, there can be any non-critical cathodic protection. There may be boss somewhere, there will be one boss in one point, and there's a connection somewhere else. Only this is there and non-critical. So just keep in mind if it is given. Otherwise, no need. So ensure construction joint is correctly scabbled or chipped or hacked. Ensure proper concrete covers are installed during tied up, which is very important. Is concrete cover or is plastic cover? For me, no difference. Ensure formwork is in line in all directions. Formwork is in line in all directions. This you have to check lines of your dimensioning of column. There should be no twist in that. It should be according to right angle. But important is location. It should be correct in location at bottom and top. So ensure formwork in line in all directions. In line means that, right? I'm saying in line, in exact line as drawing states. That means the orientation exactly. When I say formwork is well secured, then you have to check supports, and you have to bolts, check tie bolts on sides of all shutters, and it should not move by force. That you can check yourself on side, push by the other, it doesn't go anywhere, that's fine. If it goes one time, then you have to check quality of this. That's very important. Otherwise, you can say ensure forms in line, ensure forms well secured, and ensure forms are all set in plumb on all sides to make a base for upper forms. Remember, it's a small height column, but if there is an error, it's little out, it's not in plumb, it will cause problem for other, because you have to see top portion duly overlap to next column. Next column means the ground to first. So there should be perfect line. If you know offset, that's not acceptable in this, because first of all it is, and then ground, it's subject to chemical action, it's subject to water action, soil action, and we cannot cause such negligence on such, though it's very small, it must be correctly done. And then ensure forms are all set in plumb on all sides to make base for upper form, and show whether or not plinth or other beams preparatory works to be monolithic or otherwise. Beams means plinth beams are there in some case, or ground beams or some other beams, preparatory work of which should be done monolithic with otherwise later on. If you think monolithic is not possible, so you just do fittings, individual fittings together, and leave dowels for those two sides where these are coming in, and do that. So let's go on further. Then it's that after plinth you have taken care of this, other beams, if not plinth beams, structural beam is there, and you have done preparative works for all that, for monolithic construction or otherwise. And make sure steel dowels are in place if separate casting programmed for beams. Means you are casting footings first, and you are casting beams as second stage. So where there is a program as such, means you can say make sure steel dowels are in place. Steel dowels means dowels that has to go from footing to beams. This must be in place before pouring your column, in case it is required. Otherwise, don't worry. Depends upon design. Make sure steel dowels are in place if separate casting programmed for beams. Ensure all supports are properly fixed at bottom and at top of stub, if not more than 1200 mm height. Then ensure steel clamps are in place, newly tightened, or tie bolts are fastened well. This is a very important point, because there are chances that your shutter may open even if you have provided your timber battens in there, because some point is loose by chance, and pressure is concrete by pump. By pump it's a big problem sometimes, If you don't use crane, use a mobile crane or tower crane, you may not find that much pressure. Even then, there can be loose 1.2 meter height and with drop concrete and some support loose of your jack your prop is not well, jack is not finished, or there's some problem at support of that jack, you put some wall or some stone, something, and there can be debalance, or you can say your one side opens, means one side opens can cause a problem. Your column may twist to go out of line, or there'll be bulging. So we are careful here to put some clamps there, shikanjas we can call, or we can say bolting. We can use whatever method we like, just to keep it tight all the time in its position. That's more important. Then ensure steel clamps are in place, only tighten, or tie bolts are fastened up. Then ensure whether or not pipe sleeves installed. Pipe sleeves, you know what is sleeve? Ensure whether or not pipe sleeves installed for tie bolts passing through column body. If you are allowing these bolts to pass through concrete of column, then we cannot blindly embed this. We have to put some PVC pipes, so that through that pipe these bolts can be put in and later on withdrawn from there, and we fill these tie bolts voids if required with chemicals, or plug them. Then ensure whether or not cathodic protection required, that we have discussed already. We have to do if required. Generally is non-critical, means with one Boston wire, and leave it there after inspection, and if so required, whether or not it is critical. If it's non-critical, whether bosses and GI wires are available, that you have to make sure, and check water hose pipes is available to all areas of stubs, and check curing arrangements are made available, and make sure that safe access to all stubs and strong working platform or plates for workers and vibrator are in place before inspection for pouring concrete. Though it's very small, but controls remain there, and you have to rotate your activities like that, so the easy access to column is there, good platform is there, so you cannot keep your vibrator anywhere. This is the platform vibrator here, let's shift vibrator to other one. There's a long many maybe you are casting 20 columns or 15 columns or 10 columns. You have to move one column to other, maybe 5 meters, other one maybe at 10 meters, depending on what type of structure you have. So you have to even more vibrators of keep cast here half, and then go to other one, and then go to the other one, and come back, and maybe cast 40 centimeter, then cast another 40 centimeter, another 40 centimeter, like that. You have to keep moving. So we should have comfort and arrangements of these vibrators, and people, it's a good solid platform around that area at ground level, a little up layer, so that we can easily do our work. That's requirement here. So important is quantity is very less, yet it's an important one. So make sure that safe access to all stubs and strong working platform or plates for workers or vibrator are in place before inspection for pouring concrete. So inspections are still there. Inspections of pouring concrete, before that you have to inspect everything, as is said here. Perfect it should be, not simply saying you have done it. It should be perfectly done. It should be done in a professional way. Then we require it. Then we'll say after that, checklist for backfill works, item 8. We have discussed so far works that leads to substructural works, excavation, formation, blinding, if required treatment, and if required bearing capacity, backfill, etc., etc. in lower portion, or forget that now, dewatering is there, foundations are there. We are now talking of stub columns, and we talked about that. You can say that backfill would be done, because without that you cannot start grade slab, remember. And backfill means it's not simply backfill. You have to first apply curing on that surface of columns and beams, because once I said that you do these stub columns, you have to do walls or beams between those columns also. depending on where this lies, if it's plinth level or foundation level or whatever. You have to do that complete work also, and then if required, you have to do small wall also up to plinth level. That may be concrete wall, concrete block wall, or some other wall or brick wall. You have to do that also until, because up to that level you have to fill up to that level, or little less than that level. You can say 6 inches slab, 15 centimeters there. Up to that level you have to backfill, and for that only for backfill you need water treatment protection, because we have to first apply waterproofing on your, after you remove shutters of this stub columns, after curing is over, everything is over, you have to protect that sides. And if there is a block work, you can do that also in the foundations, and you can start for waterproofing application. So we say, let us say checklist of back. What I'm saying is, what I have covered in that is, make sure that selected fill on imported fill or desert fill materials are approved. See, there are so many fills. Selected fill is what you think of. Or let me read first all these points and we'll discuss, because maybe I don't have much time left. Let me see. I don't want to keep you tied up, because when you have some all your jobs. Let's read first and we'll discuss, and then we'll post it. Make sure that selected fill or imported fill or desert fill materials are approved. The next one is make sure that recommended additive material are made available if so required. And make sure stocks of backfill materials are located in some reachable place. And make sure that screening of large particles is well done. Make sure that proper watering on material is effected for initial mixing, and check whether or not all substructural activities are completed, including blocks or brick work. And check that rubbishes and debris are cleared from area. Then ensure concrete protection applied on all surfaces and well protected. And then ensure bottom portion of shoring removed. Then ensure stages of shoring removal during backfill progression. Ensure backfill approvals. Then ensure necessary equipment available: shovel, small roller, plate compactor, etc. Is all. Then say ensure necessary equipment available: shovel, small roller, plate compactor, etc. Decide number of backfill layers. Decide number of field density tests required from every layer. Decide number of passes of smaller roller or plate compactor. Decide to use jumper in corners where compactor otherwise cannot work. So this checklist will go now item number 8 one by one. What does it mean? What does it say? Because you cannot avoid such checks if you want to follow them up. Because these checks will decide what method you have to adopt, that's rightly accepted or not accepted. So we say, make sure that selected fill or imported fill or desert fill. What is this actually? You have excavated some material, and some material you think is useful from that. If you want to get that back, you can say this selected fill. Out of that, all metal can't be useful. This one part. Imported fill. You do not want your metal to be used. You want, oh, this is not acceptable. I'll select some size in my country or wherever I'm working, and we see, okay, this material is here available, we can use it. It can be used. Desert fill. Desert fill doesn't mean kachra fill. There are some good sand also there. If you can get that one, desert fill, and use it with your soil, some of the combination, and you may say that. Or you can say selected fill imported fill, desert fill, or engineered fill, whatever you want. Generally, in lower portions of such ordinary buildings, we do all selected fill with some other mix-up so that we achieve target responsibility. And some people can help in this who are locally in the area. We can get through them this material, but sometimes big quantity, and we have to make sure that it's not simply one day we used it. It will work a lot. So what I say, selected fill or imported fill or desert fill or a combination of these two can be used. Sometimes even desert sand, you may say dune sand is also added for some things, not exactly what it is, but this is fill. And we call it actually engineered fill, I should say. I prefer engineered fill where this is giving you, this gives you more than 98% and all composition of uniform. So I take that point down. So make sure that the recommended additive materials are made available if so required. Additive materials, what matters? There's no chemical to be added. Additive material means you don't have a complete good material which you have, so you have to mix up some material into that so that it comes to a point where you get complete granulation, complete gradation and atomic structure as well. So we can say additive material if you can, or you can ask your laboratory testing a technician who tests your material. That technician can advise you how many kilogram of this soil from this source or this soil from that source can be mixed to this backfill. That is, the information is easy. Then we go to, after that, make sure that stocks of backfills are located in some reachable place. Because if you are going to use that material, you should not keep them off or distant from the site. There are possibility to place some distance, but there's another possibility this will create nonsense. So we go to further one, and that is, you can say reachable place means you can easily reach to that place where backfill is, and you can sort out from that. Sometimes when you shovel or some machine adding something, this continuous process keeps on depending on us. But we have to be concerned about that, because you don't know what some people, they just put anyway and run away. It's not their professional work we have to do. And then we can say, make sure that screening of large particle is well done. That's very important. A screening of large particle. We got, even if you imported that fill and it's having boulders in that, that's not permissible, 75 mm maximum. As far as I remember, specification says you cannot take 75 mm particle or more. Okay, 75 is okay, but above 75 you cannot take in engineered fill. This is not accepted. So we have to restrain to 75 mm size, and that's angular one, not globular one. If it's angular one, interlockable means it's not all globular, means we cannot help depend on that. So interlockable, there must be angular connection, there may be internal friction as well as density after compaction of that. That's what we need here. Then we go further and think about, and that is screening. Means this is one part that you are taking out boulders, the other part also is there. You are adding something into that as well. You can add, as I say, additive material. You can recommend, this testing person can recommend you something. You can use this much quantity of dune sand or this much quantity of other material, or remove this and use some. There can be any number, or there's some material available by some of the brain which you do not know, and you can say, they will say fine, do it, because they are getting service, so they don't matter. The matter is yours, you get the service. So this is saying that screening of material is very important. Screening, not only screening, mixing also. To make sure that proper watering on material is effective for initial mixing. You have to screen, you have to mix dry, and then maybe you mix some with some water and let it be dry. And check whether or not all substructural activities are completed, including block or brickwork, before you started preparing that. And this is that, as I said before, that you have to clear everything from the unrequired thing, applying protection, on those vertical surfaces and vertical parts of foundation. After cleaning, apply these surfaces everywhere which is neat, and then we can say after screening, after mixing, make sure proper watering, and then after proper watering, initial mixing is done, and the substructure activities you have to check, complete or not complete, the block process are not done, and rubbishes are removed, debris are removed, the site is cleaned for purpose of backfill, and then we have to make sure that ensure concrete protection applied on all surfaces. I said protection has to be applied on all surfaces and protected. Protected is very important here. Just like we protected by mortar layer, your horizontal protection, we have protect is vertical membrane of wall, we protect by something. Sometimes you are given, especially you just cover with salt, with masonry wall, or sometimes there is a material, let's say flexible is there, some other sheet is there which can be used for purpose of protection. We can put that seal and water over like that. This is another seal for some always etc. Our purpose was different. So this is what I say, that clear everything, apply waterproofing on vertical surfaces including stuffed columns and or whatever you do there. When you apply block or something, you have to complete that waterproofing on all substructures, and check all rubbishes and debris are cleared, and ensure concrete protection applied on all surfaces and well protected on all surfaces, brick wall, concrete, or all surfaces. Also you do. And we'll say ensure bottom portion of shoring removed, and ensure concrete protection applied, bottom portion of shoring removed, ensure stages of shoring removal during backfill preparation. So we are now concrete protection applied on all surfaces, bottom portion of shoring removed, stages of shoring removal during backfill progression. Gradually you can remove that, because if you remove once, there will be pressure on that wall from surcharge and this can fall. So gradually you have to remove all these supports once you are doing this activity of backfill. Then after approvals of every layer, to conduct your tests, as I said, field density tests. And there is a demand, and according to so many cubic meter you have done of your field density, you take one test. That should be taken even if it's not given. And just like in file, we have taken test. Then we go further, and that's about backfill approvals can be done only after field density tests and water moisture check, because there are two points we consider: field density and moisture content. Both are very important. If too much moisture also is rejected, we have to keep it dry and test again. That you can say backfill is very important item. Decide number of backfills layers. You have to decide numbers of application, how many you want to. If it's just 3 meters, you can increase number of this. It's 27 meters. Alright, then we can say stand, I cannot read now. Shape. So decide number of field density tests required from every layer. You cannot conduct one area. There's a specification given in every you have so many square meter surfaces there, then you can take so many number of backfill tests. At least one is minimum, you cannot avoid that. And if you have a big area, you can decide how many in each layer you have to take. That remember, it's task, means you cannot just say no, leave it, cannot leave it. It is an engineered field score. Decide number of field density tests and decide number of passes of small roller or plate compactor. When you are using convection, because of filling, you have to apply passes and you move that. If it's a roller or it's a complete compactor, or you have to ensure that by your experience and you achieve this density or you don't achieve this density. Then decide use of jumper in corners where compactor otherwise cannot work. If you have compactor or this jumper means which can reach you to confined areas or corners. Sometimes in corners where a roller or a plate cover cannot reach, some corners and some other places which are already damaged, there you can fill this property, this power here, and say I've done it. So these are main points you can say. If you can understand this point, the next point we'll take later on, What I am telling you is, if these are very important activities I discussed with you regarding base of a building. Backfill we are doing now, and backfill is not in one layer. Just think on, say, 2 meter depth is there or 1.5 meter depth is there. Your grade slab is only 15 centimeter, 20 centimeter. Deduct that one. If it's 2 meter, 180 centimeters there. If it's 1 meter, means you have to 100. You can say 1.2 meter, 1.5 meter. About 130 centimeters still there. So your maximum fill is 15 centimeter, compacted one. So in 1 meter plus 7 layers will be there. For 15 is 705. So 7 layers 1 meter. 2 meters is 14 or 13 layers. So this work takes time. There's not ready-made available. You can complete in backfill. It's not possible. You have to do it engineered way. This is called engineered fill, structural fill. It can't be done some other way. If you are going to do good work on that, if you are going to do means different, means no quality work, it's different. So if quality work, this is quality work. Your backfill will increase resistance to horizontal forces of seismic action, because much grip is there, well compacted, that is dense, and it will consolidate early. Compaction and consolidation are sequential. Once it is compacted, it is further going gradual consolidation, and indicates it will become much more stronger. Means as much as your building is old, backfill is old, resistance increases, horizontal resistance, vertical forces taken by structure, remember, but it gives a, resistance, a slipping kind of resistance to whole building, and it's well compacted. Even though there's a floor, loose floor, and that does not matter, but it helps you. That is very important point, and we can say that not simply important but also very, very powerful. We take backfill very easily, and some engineers and some technicians do not even be very serious on that. But some are, I've seen some. It doesn't take much time once you know it is. If you have ready-made material, you have mixed it, screened it, done everything, and you say this rather it's going to be density more than 100. It's fine, practical density is about 100. So you may take maybe 1 week. If you are practical, you can even lay 2 layers, 3 layers in the same day. It doesn't make a difference, provided you have equipment. So maybe there are, say, 10 layers or 8 layers. You can do 1 layer one day, second layer it will take time, or you just keep moving all the distance. So you can double in 1 day. There is no problem in sync, and you will enjoy that if you just go to this one. So what we say is that we have gone through, except piling or except beam foundation, we have talked of ordinary footings, or some beams are there, plinth beams. We have not taken structural beams here in this. We'll talk later on now. It's ordinary building. And we have taken into our talks this portion, which is very important. And if you're designing or doing such activities whole your day, you will understand a lot, and such type of points, a checklist I have written. It has been done after long thought, and what should be projected to public, that the public should not feel that there is very complicated arrangement, but it is easy arrangement, and that is done here. Is this? I don't know. Why is calling? I don't understand. Why request ask questions? Don't ask questions. Why don't? That Mr. Sumon, what do you want? Hello? Hello? What are you doing? Where I'm not able to see you. What do you want to ask question? Don't waste my time. Don't play with me. If you are a reasonable person, come or go otherwise. You understand? What are you asking for? I'm not able to see you. Get lost if you don't talk to me. Foolish guy. Stupid people. Well, my God, bloody fool again coming. Disturbing and disturbing. I don't people character. What character they got in? What do you want? Shut up, bloody fool. Speak to me what you want. Get lost, bastard. Bloody fool person. Come on, I'll show you what you are. Idiot. Such very stupid. I know his name. Nonsense. Yeah, don't understand what is responsibility. That unless these citizens kicked out of this country, these bloody fools. Nonsense people. Disturbing nothing for nothing. Unnecessarily disturbing. I was thinking something and it's gone. What I say, dear friends, if you are serious in work, if you are serious in work, you have to be serious, or you are not going to produce something if you are in engineering. And even if you are not engineering, you can't expect good work. If you can't expect good work, and you have to devote time and energy to understand some specifications, some drawings and way of working. If everybody is serious, work will be quality wise, otherwise you don't do work better. There's no meaning of being engineer if you don't do engineering. And why do engineering then? If you have to help those people who are corrupt. Why I am saying this stressfully? Because there's a meaning like that. If you are an engineer, you are qualified, are you born for corruption? My question is that. If you are helping those people who are corrupt, that you are selling yourself only for small money, those people are not interested in quality, they are interested only in money making. They may be anybody. I don't care. Are you their agent for corruption promotion? Just because you are getting small money? That is my purpose to solve. I am not born to help those people who are robbers in this country. And this is an engineer who can check them. We have to do work as an engineer, not as their robbing agent. We are not robbing agent. They make money because we allow them. If don't accept any bad quality, if don't accept any compromise, they cannot do anything. If engineers decide that, you can produce. Otherwise, there is no difference between an engineer and someone else. There is no meaning of your education. There is no meaning of you are wasting time. You are cheating yourself. You are cheating your creator. You are cheating God, your country. It happens only in this country. You are doing nothing. You are just a statue. You are doing what is you are told to it. So that is not engineer's job. Then you should be shameful. Simply. You are not nationalist. You are not engineer in that case. If you are involved in such crimes, such illegal activities where you are sold, this is my purpose. Quality controls everything. If you stick to quality, no one can challenge you. But if there's a replacement for you, bad quality person comes, which is happening. There are engineers think they are working, they are not controlling jobs. They are just in line with politicians or others. They are interested in themselves only, not in work. My only purpose to disseminate is that we have to think. My purpose is not for something else. That you stick to your job. You think on what you are, why you are selling yourself. What shall you get after that? If you feel if you don't supervise properly, don't work properly, you will enjoy life. You cannot enjoy life. You cannot ever enjoy life. Your conscience shall not allow you to breathe properly. That's my purpose, that be professional. I have seen many National Day engineers. They think for work, not for commissions or not for what. Here we are doing, so much is happening in our country, and public even, they will say that how bridges are collapsing, just think of how buildings are collapsing, just think of. Why are happening? Why here or in some other countries? Okay, there is some error, I agreed. But why that error was caused? Why it happened that your building tilted? This means there was no good design. Why there is no good design? Because these people ignore engineering services and they just put signatures and done. This is my purpose, and I think we should be serious about this. If a doctor is not committed If a doctor is not committed and doctor involves in malpractice, doctor is not serious doing operation, what happens? Sometimes scissor is left, sometimes some tool is left inside body, or patient dies. Your patient is your structure. If your patient dies, you know what happens? If your building collapses, all occupants fall. If shuttering opens, all laborer falls. You are responsible for someone else's. You may run away. Your contractor may run away. Your someone else. Question is, running away to solution? No solution. Therefore, I say we have to be serious in our approach. We should help ourselves and help everyone. That is my approach, nothing else. Or it's up to you, no one can help others. I am not saying that I am Satyavadi Harishchandra or I am nothing. Just I am serious, that's all. I learned this seriousness from very beginning of my life. It depends upon how you live. If you live in an atmosphere with this dishonesty, no one can help you. You will be dishonest. You have to decide yourself. You are an engineer or you are not an engineer. It's up to you to decide. Every type of persons are living in this world. If you want to sell yourself and say no problem, everything works here, okay, do it. Then why you blame others? With this I say we have to close this. Thank you very much. I now take your leave and I thank you all with your presence and interest and hope you may not be feeling bored. So I will take your leave and close this.